Introduction.love is often described as a matter of fate, luck, or chance. From the first glances shared across a crowded room to the butterflies before a first date, love can seem spontaneous, unpredictable, and beyond our control. Yet, beneath the surface of this romantic unpredictability lies an essential, but often overlooked element: timing. The right time, as many people would argue, is crucial to whether a relationship flourishes or fizzles. The old adage, timing is everything, may sound cliche, but in the realm of love and relationships, it holds undeniable truth. This book, Love at the Right Time, Understanding and Leveraging the Power of Timing in Dating, delves into how to harness the power of timing in all stages of a relationship, from the first encounter to making life-altering decisions about the future. We all know stories, perhaps even from our own lives, where the timing just wasn't right. Maybe the relationship started too soon after a breakup, or maybe one partner was emotionally unavailable while the other was ready to commit. Conversely, there are also tales of perfect timing, where everything aligns seamlessly, both people are ready, willing, and emotionally prepared to embark on a meaningful relationship. This book seeks to explore how understanding and mastering timing can create those perfect conditions in love, allowing relationships to bloom naturally, rather than forcing them into existence prematurely. The role of timing in modern relationships. Modern dating world is fast-paced, characterized by the constant bombardment of information and a seemingly endless array of choices. Thanks to technology and social media, apps like Tinder, Bumble, and Hinge have revolutionized how we meet people. And while they have broadened our options, they have also made it easy to rush relationships or move on too quickly. When we encounter a minor hiccup, at the heart of these dilemmas is the question of timing. Are we moving too fast? Are we meeting the right person at the wrong time? How do we know when to invest more into a budding relationship, and when is it time to slow down? Many people, whether they're entering the dating scene for the first time, navigating a long-term relationship, or attempting to re-enter the world of love after a breakup, grapple with these questions. And while there are no one-size-fits-all answers, there is substantial evidence to suggest that timing plays a pivotal role in love and relationship success. By becoming aware of the phases and pacing of a relationship, you can better manage your emotions, reduce feelings of frustration or doubt, and make clearer decisions about your future with a partner. Timing is more than just an abstract concept. It is tied to emotional readiness, mental state, and even life circumstances. Being in sync with your partner's emotional timeline, or recognizing when you're not, can significantly improve the quality of your relationship. For instance, research has shown that couples who get together during periods of stability, rather than times of emotional or financial chaos, have higher rates of long-term success. The timing of key conversations about exclusivity, commitment, and future plans also matters. Having these discussions too early can create unnecessary pressure, while waiting too long may result in misunderstandings or mismatched expectations. Why timing is often overlooked. Despite its importance, timing is a factor that's often ignored or dismissed in modern dating advice. Many self-help books and relationship experts focus on topics like communication, trust, and compatibility, undeniably critical components of any successful partnership. However, these elements do not exist in isolation. They are shaped by the timing of the relationship. Compatibility, for instance, might be present, but if one partner is not ready for the emotional investment required, the relationship can struggle. Similarly, poor communication can stem from misaligned expectations about the relationship's pace. One of the reasons timing is overlooked is because it can feel nebulous and hard to quantify. Unlike trust, which can be built through actions, and consistency or communication, which can be improved through techniques and practice, timing is fluid and often dependent on external circumstances. It's influenced by personal growth, career trajectories, family dynamics, and even cultural expectations. Because timing is less tangible, people often think of it as something they can't control, something that either happens or doesn't. Yet, the truth is that while we may not have complete control over the timing of every event in our lives, we do have influence. We can choose to act or wait. We can listen to our partner's needs and adjust our pace accordingly. We can recognize when it's time to step back and reassess, rather than rushing forward because of fear or societal pressure. This book will explore how to harness that influence, making timing work for you, rather than against you. The stages of a relationship and the importance of timing a relationship unfolds in stages. and each stage brings with it its own set of timing challenges. These stages can be broadly broken down into 1. Initial encounters and first impressions. The first few moments or dates set the tone for the relationship. But when is the right time to take the next step, whether it's suggesting a second date or moving from casual to serious? How do you know if both people are ready to move forward? In this book, we'll explore the signals that indicate when the time is right and how to avoid missteps that could derail a promising relationship early on. 2. Building emotional connection. As the relationship progresses, the next phase involves deepening emotional intimacy. Timing is essential here. Emotional connection can't be rushed, but it also requires intentional effort. You'll learn how to gauge when to share more of yourself and how to foster deeper connections without overwhelming your partner. 3. Navigating physical intimacy. Physical intimacy is another area where timing plays a key role. While there's no universal rule about when it's right to become physically involved, being attuned to both your own and your partner's readiness is crucial. In this section, we'll discuss the importance of consent, communication, and understanding each other's comfort levels. 4. Managing expectations and defining the relationship. As feelings grow, defining the relationship becomes inevitable. But when is the right time to have the "what are we" conversation? Jumping in too soon can scare someone off, while waiting too long can breed confusion and resentment. This book provides guidelines for recognizing when it's time to clarify the direction of the relationship and how to handle these conversations with confidence and sensitivity. 5. Long-term commitment and life decisions. Timing becomes even more critical as relationships move into long-term commitments, such as moving in together, getting married, or starting a family. External factors such as career paths, financial stability, and personal goals often intersect with relationship decisions. We'll explore how to align your life trajectory with your partner's and make these decisions at the right time for both of you. Cultural and societal pressures on timing. While timing is a deeply personal matter, it is also shaped by cultural and societal pressures. In some cultures, there are expectations about when certain milestones such as marriage or having children should occur. These expectations can create pressure, both internal and external, that influences relationship decisions. For instance, people in their 30s might feel pressure to settle down and start a family, even if they don't feel emotionally ready. Similarly, someone in a long-term relationship may feel pressured by friends or family to make it official through marriage, even if they are unsure about their partner. This book will also address how to navigate these societal pressures and make decisions based on your own timeline rather than external expectations. It's crucial to recognize when pressure from society or family is dictating the pace of a relationship and learn how to set boundaries that protect your emotional well-being. How to use this book. The purpose of this book is to equip you with the tools to make informed, intentional decisions about timing in your love life. Each chapter focuses on a specific phase of the relationship and offers practical advice, case studies, and exercises designed to help you understand and leverage timing to your advantage. Throughout the book, you will encounter real-life case studies, stories of couples from different walks of life who faced timing challenges and how they overcame them. These stories will help you see that you're not alone in your struggles and offer valuable insights, scientific data, research from the fields of psychology, neuroscience, and relationship studies that explain why timing matters. Understanding the science behind emotional and psychological readiness can help you make better choices. Practical exercises, journaling prompts, checklists, and quizzes designed to help you reflect on your own experiences and evaluate your relationship's timing. These exercises are crafted to be introspective and actionable, giving you the opportunity to apply what you've learned directly to your love life. In conclusion, love, in many ways, is a dance, a delicate balance of closeness and distance, action and patience, risk and caution. Timing is the rhythm that guides this dance, determining whether we step in sync with our partner or fall out of pace. In this book, you will learn how to recognize that rhythm, adjust your timing when necessary, and allow your relationships to unfold naturally at the right pace for you and your partner. Ultimately, love at the right time is not just about finding love, but about creating the right conditions for love to thrive. When you understand and leverage the power of timing, you can approach dating and relationships with confidence, clarity, and a sense of calm, knowing that you are moving in the right direction at the right time. Chapter 1. Why timing is everything. In loving the landscape of love, one principle stands out among all others: timing is everything. Relationships are, at their core, a dance between the people moving in step with one another's emotional and psychological readiness. But what happens when one partner is out of sync, when one is ready for commitment, while the other still wants to explore, when one is eager to move fast, and the other needs to take things slow? These discrepancies in timing can lead to friction, confusion, and even the collapse of a relationship before it ever really begins. To understand the importance of timing in love, we first need to explore what we mean by timing. It encompasses far more than the literal moments when you meet someone or decide to take the next step. In your relationship, timing in love refers to emotional readiness, personal growth, and life circumstances aligning in such a way that both partners can move forward together. This chapter will dive into why timing is crucial at every stage of a relationship, how it can affect emotional dynamics, and why even the right person can feel like the wrong one when timing isn't aligned. The subtle power of timing in relationships seen in love is not a science, but there are underlying patterns and rhythms that govern how relationships progress. For example, consider the people who meet by chance at a coffee shop, at a mutual friend's party, or through a dating app. They may feel an instant connection, and yet, if the timing isn't right, that spark may quickly fade. One person may be fresh out of a long-term relationship and emotionally unavailable, while the other is ready to invest in something serious. No matter how strong the initial attraction, if the timing is off, the relationship may fail to progress. This is because timing creates the context in which emotional connection is formed. Even the deepest connection will struggle to survive if the individuals involved aren't in a place where they can nurture it. Timing dictates when and how people are willing to commit to one another, share their vulnerabilities, and build a life together. Consider this scenario. Two people meet and feel a strong romantic attraction. However, one of them is in the middle of a major career transition, which consumes their time and emotional energy. They are not ready for a serious relationship, and their focus is elsewhere. Despite the attraction, this couple may find it difficult to sustain a meaningful relationship because the timing simply doesn't support it. The emotional and mental space needed to cultivate love is taken up by external pressures. The opposite can also be true to people who meet at a point when their lives are relatively stable, when they are emotionally available and ready to invest in a relationship, can move forward with greater ease. Their personal circumstances allow them the time and energy to focus on building intimacy, communication, and trust. Timing, then, is about more than external factors. It's about the internal readiness to build and maintain love. Emotional readiness. The key to aligning with the right timing. Emotional readiness is the cornerstone of good timing. In a relationship, when we talk about timing, what we often mean is the emotional readiness of both individuals involved. A relationship requires both people to be at a place where they can give and receive love in a healthy, sustainable way. But what does emotional readiness actually mean? At its core, it refers to an individual's ability to engage in a relationship without being bogged down by unresolved emotional baggage, past traumas, or conflicting personal goals. Emotional readiness means being prepared to enter into a relationship with an open heart and clear mind, without expecting the other person to fill gaps that we need to fill for ourselves. Many relationships fail not because the partners are incompatible, but because one or both individuals are not emotionally ready. For example, if one person has unresolved feelings for an ex, they may not be fully available to their current partner, even though they might care deeply for their new partner. The timing isn't right because their emotional energy is divided. On the other hand, emotional readiness doesn't just mean being free of past relationships or emotional wounds. It also means being in a place where you can manage the ups and downs of a relationship with grace and maturity. It means having enough emotional resilience to navigate conflicts without falling apart, and having the self-awareness to communicate your needs effectively. So how can you tell if you or your partner are emotionally ready for a relationship? Here are some signs of emotional readiness. 1. You have a clear sense of your values and goals. A person who is emotionally ready for a relationship knows what they want out of life and isn't looking for a partner to provide them with a sense of purpose or direction. They have their own goals and are looking for someone to share their journey, not define it. Point 2. You've processed your past relationships. Emotional readiness means having dealt with the emotional fallout from past relationships. This doesn't mean you've forgotten them, but it does mean you've reached a place where you've learned from those experiences and aren't carrying unresolved hurt or resentment into your new relations. Tip 3. You're comfortable with vulnerability. A person who is emotionally ready for love understands that vulnerability is a natural and necessary part of a relationship. They're willing to open up and share their thoughts and feelings, even when it's uncomfortable. 4. You have a healthy sense of independence. Emotional readiness involves being content on your own and not relying on a relationship to make you feel complete. You're able to maintain your sense of self even when in a partnership. 5. You can manage conflict in a healthy way. Emotionally ready individuals don't avoid conflict or become overly defensive when disagreements arise. They're able to address issues calmly and constructively without letting emotions spiral out of control. 6. You're willing to compromise. Relationships require give and take, and a person who is emotionally ready for love understands that sometimes their partner's needs may take precedence. They're willing to compromise without feeling resentful. Emotional readiness is about ensuring that you are entering into a relationship for the right reasons, not to fill an emotional void or distract yourself from personal challenges, but to build a meaningful, lasting connection with someone who complements your life. Timing, in this sense, is about recognizing when you're in a place where you can offer and receive love in a healthy, balanced way. Timing in the early stages of a relationship. Importance of timing becomes immediately apparent. In the early stages of a relationship, the first few dates set the foundation for the relationship's trajectory. Timing dictates when to suggest meeting again, when to express interest in exclusivity, and when to begin discussing future goals or values. Moving too quickly or too slowly during these early stages can disrupt the natural progression of a relationship. Consider the phenomenon of love bombing, a behavior where one partner overwhelms the other with affection, attention, and promises of a future together very early on. While this may feel flattering at first, it can often be a sign that the person is not pacing the relationship appropriately. The intensity of love bombing can create unrealistic expectations and cause the other person to feel pressured into reciprocating emotions they may not yet feel. On the other hand, moving too slowly can lead to misunderstandings and frustration. If one person is eager to define the relationship or move towards exclusivity, while the other is hesitant, it can create feelings of insecurity or confusion. The key in the early stages is finding a balance, allowing the relationship to evolve naturally while being mindful of each other's emotional pace. Timing during these early stages also involves the decision of when to introduce physical intimacy. There's no universal rule for when it's the right time to become physically involved, but rushing into intimacy before emotional trust is established can sometimes complicate matters. The emotional and physical aspects of a relationship are intertwined, and the pace at which these unfold should be mutually agreed upon. Open communication about comfort levels and boundaries is essential when assessing the right timing in these early stages. Consider the following. The pace of emotional connection. Are both people gradually revealing more of themselves and becoming emotionally closer, or is one person holding back? An imbalanced pace of emotional connection can signal that the timing is not right for one of the partners. Life circumstances. Is one person going through a particularly stressful or transformative period in their life? If so, they may not be in the right place to fully invest in a new relationship. Recognizing this early on can prevent frustration and heartache later. Clarity of intentions. Both people should be clear about what they're looking for in a relationship. If one person is seeking something casual while the other is hoping for long-term commitment, their timelines will naturally be out of sync. Timing in the early stages of a relationship is about tuning into both your own emotional state and that of your partner. It requires awareness and communication, as well as the ability to adjust the pace of the relationship to ensure that both people are moving forward in a way that feels comfortable and natural. Timing and external circumstance. While emotional readiness is a significant aspect of timing, external circumstances can also play a crucial role in the progression of a relationship. Jobs, family dynamics, personal goals, and even geographical location can all impact the timing of a relationship. For instance, consider a couple that meets when one partner is about to move to a different city for a job opportunity. Despite their emotional readiness and mutual attraction, the impending physical distance creates a timing challenge. In this case, external circumstances may dictate the pace of the relationship, requiring the couple to make difficult decisions about whether to pursue a long-distance relationship or wait until circumstances are more favorable. Similarly, personal goals such as pursuing higher education, building a career, or achieving financial stability can affect the timing of a relationship. One partner may feel ready to settle down and start a family, while the other is focused on achieving certain personal milestones before making long-term commitments. In such cases, it's important for both partners to communicate openly about their timelines and aspiration, and to assess whether they can reconcile their differing priorities. Cultural expectations can also influence external timing. In some cultures, there is an expectation to marry and start a family by a certain age, which can create pressure to move forward in a relationship before one is emotionally or financially ready. Conversely, in cultures that prioritize individual achievement and independence, there may be less pressure to settle down, allowing for more flexibility in the timing of relationships. The key to navigating external timing challenges is communication and compromise. While external factors may seem beyond your control, how you choose to respond to them can determine the success of the relationship. Being transparent about your life circumstances and understanding your partner's priorities can help you find common ground and make informed decisions about the future of the relationship. Timing and common mentoring plays a particularly critical role when it comes to commitment. The decision to commit, whether that means moving in together, getting married, or making other long-term plans, is one of the most significant milestones in a relationship, and it should be made when both partners are emotionally ready and in alignment with their life goals. Rushing into commitment before both partners are ready can lead to feelings of resentment, frustration, and even regret. Conversely, delaying commitment for too long can create uncertainty and erode trust in the relationship. Chapter 2. The perfect timing for the first date. Arguably one of the most exciting and nerve-wracking moments in any budding relationship, sets the tone for what may unfold between two people. It holds the potential to transform casual acquaintances into romantic partners, or, on the contrary, make it evident that there's no spark. However, beyond the chemistry and connection, one of the most crucial, yet often overlooked factors in a successful first date is timing. Is there such a thing as the perfect time for a first date? What does it mean to pick the right time? And how do you navigate the delicate balance between showing interest without appearing too eager? This chapter delves into why timing matters so much. In the context of a first date, exploring both the emotional and practical aspects of timing, and offering guidance on how to gauge when the moment is just right to take the plunge into a first meeting. The psychological impact of timing in first dates. From a psychological perspective, the timing of a first date can significantly affect how both people perceive the interaction. Time affects mood, expectations, and the way individuals approach new connections. If the first date happens too soon after meeting someone, one or both individuals might not feel emotionally or mentally prepared to fully engage, leading to awkwardness or disinterest. Conversely, waiting too long to set up the first date can lead to overinflated expectations, or worse, the connection might fizzle out before it even starts. The human brain is wired to assess potential relationships quickly, but it also needs context and familiarity to build a meaningful emotional connection. When you meet someone new, whether in person or through a dating app, your brain starts processing initial impressions and determining compatibility. If you act too quickly and ask for a date before those mental processes have had a chance to solidify, you may risk not having enough emotional investment from the other person. Timing, in this sense, isn't just about when you ask someone out. It's about ensuring that both of you have had enough time to build interest and curiosity, but not so much that it fades. Studies in social psychology suggest that emotional anticipation and tension play an essential role in attraction. A brief waiting period between the initial meeting and the first date can create a sense of excitement and allow feelings of curiosity to build. This period of anticipation makes the date feel more significant when it happens, enhancing the connection between both individuals. In contrast, if the date happens too soon, there may not be enough emotional buildup, and the encounter may feel rushed or anticlimactic. Similarly, waiting too long can have the opposite effect. While anticipation is important, prolonged delays between meeting and scheduling a date can lead to disconnection. The initial spark might cool, and one or both people may lose interest or move on to other opportunities. Timing in this context is about finding that sweet spot where there's enough intrigue and excitement to feel a great first encounter without dragging things out so long that momentum is lost. Emotional readiness, knowing when you're ready. For the first date, it's important to consider not only the timing of when to ask for the first date, but also your own emotional readiness. Many people jump into dating without reflecting on whether they're truly ready for a new relationship or even just a casual connection before diving into a first date. It's essential to check in with yourself and assess your emotional state. Ask yourself these questions. 1. Am I emotionally available? Are you still processing a past relationship or harboring unresolved feelings? If you haven't fully moved on from previous romantic entanglements, it might be best to hold off on dating until you're truly available. To give someone new your full attention. 2. Do I have the emotional capacity to invest in getting to know someone new? Life can be overwhelming at times, and if you're currently dealing with significant personal stress, such as work pressures, family issues, or mental health struggles, you may not have the energy to invest in a meaningful connection with someone new. It's okay to wait until you're in a better emotional space. 3. Am I genuinely interested in this person, or am I dating out of convenience or boredom? Sometimes people go on dates simply because they feel like they should or because they're trying to fill a void. Make sure your motivations for dating are aligned with your long-term goals, whether those goals involve finding a serious relationship or simply exploring connections with new people. 4. Do I feel excitement and curiosity about this person? A key indicator that the timing is right for a first date is the presence of genuine excitement. Do you find yourself thinking about this person and looking forward to the possibility of learning more about them? If so, the timing may be ideal for taking the next step. If your answers to these questions suggest you're not emotionally ready, it may be wise to hold off on the first date until you've addressed whatever is holding you back. Emotional readiness is crucial for ensuring that you're entering into new connections with a clear mind and open heart. Practical considerations for timing the first date. Being emotional readiness. There are practical factors to consider when determining the right time for a first date. Life circumstances, schedules, and even external pressures can all influence whether the timing is right for a successful first meeting. 1. Scheduling considerations. Busy schedules can sometimes make it difficult to find the right time for a date. While it's important to prioritize spending time with someone new, it's also important not to force a date into a chaotic or stressful period. If one or both people are in the middle of a particularly demanding work week, it might be best to wait until there's more mental and emotional space to enjoy the date fully. Choosing a time when both people are relaxed and available will lead to a more enjoyable experience. 2. External pressures. Sometimes, external pressures can push people into going on dates before they're ready. Whether it's pressure from friends or family, or simply a desire to meet societal expectations, it's crucial to ensure that you're going on the date because you want to, not because of external influences. External pressures can cloud your judgment and lead to rushed decisions that don't align with your personal goals or emotional state. 3. Life events and transitions. Significant life events such as moving to a new city, starting a new job, or going through a family crisis can also affect timing. In these moments of transition, it's common to feel emotionally and mentally overwhelmed. While it's possible to date during these periods, it's important to recognize that life events can impact your ability to fully engage in a new connection. If you're in the middle of a major life transition, it might be worth waiting until things have settled before pursuing a new relationship. 4. Environmental factors. Even seemingly small environmental factors can affect the timing of a first date. For example, the time of day and location of the date can play a significant role in shaping the atmosphere. A date scheduled during a busy weekday lunch might feel rushed, whereas a more relaxed evening date allows for deeper conversation and connection. Consider these practical details when planning the first date to ensure that the environment is conducive to creating a positive experience. The role of digital communication. How long should you wait to meet in person? In today's dating landscape, much of the initial connection happens through digital platforms, whether through text messaging, phone calls, or dating apps. The first few exchanges are often conducted through screens rather than face-to-face interactions. This raises an important question. How long should you wait before transitioning from digital communication to an in-person date? While there's no universal rule for how long to wait, experts generally recommend meeting in person sooner rather than later. Prolonged digital communication can create a false sense of connection, leading to inflated expectations that may not match up to the reality of meeting in person. Additionally, digital communication often lacks the nuances of body language, tone, and real-time reactions, which are critical to assessing compatibility. However, this doesn't mean you should rush into an in-person date immediately. It's important to establish a baseline level of comfort and interest before suggesting a meeting. Asterisk, here are some guidelines to consider when determining how long to wait. Before setting up the first date, 1. Build a foundation, but don't over-communicate. A few days of engaging, consistent communication is typically enough to gauge whether there's enough interest to meet in person. If the conversations feel natural and enjoyable, it's a good sign that it's time to take the next step. However, avoid over-communicating before the first date. Endless texting without a face-to-face meeting can lead to misinterpretations and heightened expectations that may not align with reality. 2. Look for signs of engagement and enthusiasm. Pay attention to the tone and content of your digital conversations. Is the other person responding promptly and showing genuine interest in getting to know you? If both parties are actively engaged and seem eager to learn more about each other, it's a good indicator that the timing is right for a first date. 1. Don't let weeks pass without meeting. While it's important not to rush, waiting too long can be just as detrimental. If several weeks go by without scheduling a date, the initial excitement may wane, and the connection may start to feel more like a casual pen-pal relationship. Aim to meet in person within 1 to 2 weeks of the initial conversation if schedules permit. 2. Consider the context of your connection. How you met can also influence how quickly you should move toward an in-person date. For example, if you met through a mutual friend or at a social event, you may feel more comfortable setting up a date sooner than if you met on a dating app. The level of familiarity and context surrounding your initial connection can help guide your decision. The art of suggesting the first date. Finding the right moment. Timing is not just about when you should go on the first date, but also about how you suggest it. The way you propose the first date can set the tone for the interaction and influence how the other person responds. The key is to approach it with confidence, while being mindful of the other person's readiness and comfort level. 1. Choose the right medium. If most of your communication has been through a dating app or text messages, it's generally appropriate to suggest the first date through the same platform. However, if you've had a few phone or video conversations, you might opt to suggest the date over the phone for a more personal touch. The medium you choose should align with the level of comfort and familiarity you've already established. 2. Be direct, but not aggressive. Confidence is attractive, but it's important not to come across as overly pushy or demanding. A simple, straightforward approach works best. For example, you might say, "I've really enjoyed our conversations and would love to meet in person. How about we grab coffee sometime this week?" This shows initiative without putting too much pressure on the other person to respond immediately. 3. Give options, but don't be vague. Offering a couple of specific options for the date can make it easier for the other person to say yes. For example, instead of saying, "Let me know when you're free," you could suggest, "Would you be up for meeting for drinks on Friday evening or brunch on Saturday?" This shows that you're making an effort to plan the date while giving the other person flexibility in choosing a time that works for them. 4. Read the room. Pay attention to how the other person responds to your suggestion. If they seem hesitant or non-committal, it might be a sign that they're not ready to meet in person yet. In this case, it's important to respect their boundaries and not push for a date. Instead, you might continue the conversation and give them time to feel more comfortable. 5. Avoid over-planning. While it's important to show thoughtfulness in planning the first date, avoid overcomplicating things. A simple, low-pressure setting is often best for a first meeting. Coffee, drinks, or a casual meal are all great options. Avoid suggesting elaborate plans or activities that require a significant time commitment, as this can add unnecessary pressure to the situation. Managing expectations for the first date. Once the date is set, it's natural to feel a mix of excitement and nervousness. However, it's important to manage your expectations going into the first date. Many people place a significant amount of pressure on the first date, viewing it as a make or break moment for the potential relationship. While the first date is certainly important, it's just the beginning of getting to know someone, and it's essential to approach it with an open mind and realistic expectations. Focus on connection, not perfection. It's easy to fall into the trap of imagining the perfect first date where everything goes smoothly and there's an instant, undeniable connection. However, in reality, First dates are often filled with small awkward moments, and that's perfectly okay. The goal is not to have a flawless interaction, but to determine whether there's enough chemistry and compatibility to warrant a second date. 1. Keep your focus on building a connection rather than seeking perfection. 2. Give yourself permission to be nervous. It's normal to feel nervous before a first date, especially if you're excited about the other person. Instead of trying to suppress those nerves, allow yourself to feel them. Nervousness is a natural part of dating, and it often reflects how much you care about making a good impression. Just remember that the other person is likely feeling the same way, and a little vulnerability can help build rapport. 3. Don't jump to conclusions. After the first date, it can be tempting to immediately assess whether the other person is relationship material. However, one date is rarely enough to fully understand someone or determine long-term compatibility. If the date went well enough that you'd like to see the person again, that's a success. Give yourself and the other person time to explore the connection further. Before making any big decisions. 4. Be honest about what you're looking for. While it's important not to place too much pressure on the first date, it's also essential to be clear about your intentions. If you're looking for a serious relationship, don't be afraid to communicate that. Just be mindful of how and when you bring it up. On a first date, it's usually best to focus on getting to know the person rather than diving into a deep discussion about long-term goals. But having an idea of what you want can help guide your interactions. 5. Keep an open mind. First impressions are important, but they're not always accurate. If the date didn't go exactly as planned, that doesn't necessarily mean the connection isn't worth pursuing. People may be nervous or awkward on a first date, and sometimes it takes a second or third meeting for true chemistry to develop. As long as there were no major red flags, it's worth giving the person another chance before making any final judgments. When the timing isn't right, recognizing red flags early on. Every first date will go smoothly, and sometimes you may recognize early on that the timing or the person just isn't right. It's important to pay attention to red flags that signal a lack of compatibility or emotional readiness on either side. Some red flags to watch for include: 1. Lack of emotional availability. If the other person frequently brings up an ex or seems preoccupied with past relationships, it may be a sign that they're not emotionally available for something new. Similarly, if they're vague about their intentions or seem hesitant to engage in meaningful conversation, they may not be ready for a serious connection. 2. Inconsistent communication. If someone is inconsistent in their communication leading up to the first date, responding sporadically or with minimal effort, it could indicate a lack of interest or commitment. While everyone has busy periods, consistent effort in communication is a key indicator of interest. 3. Rushing the relationship. On the flip side, if the other person is pushing for immediate intimacy or commitment early on, it may be a sign that they're not respecting the natural pacing of the relationship. Rushing into physical or emotional intimacy can create pressure and discomfort, and it's important to assert your boundaries if you feel things are moving too quickly. 4. Mismatched expectations. If the conversation on the first date reveals significant differences in goals or values, it's important to recognize when those differences may be deal breakers. For example, if one person is looking for a serious, long-term relationship and the other is only interested in casual dating, it may not be worth pursuing further. Being honest about your intentions early on can help avoid misunderstandings down the road. When the timing isn't right, it's better to recognize it early on rather than trying to force a connection that isn't there. Trust your instincts and don't be afraid to walk away from a situation that doesn't feel right. Conclusion: trusting the process of timing the first date is a significant milestone in any potential relationship, but it's only the beginning of a larger journey. Trusting the process of timing means being mindful of both your own emotional readiness and that of the other person. It means balancing anticipation with patience and being open to the possibility that the timing may not always be perfect. But that doesn't mean the connection isn't worth exploring. In the end, the key to successful first dates and relationships in general is to embrace the natural pacing of connection. By being attuned to timing, you can set the stage for a meaningful and lasting relationship built on mutual respect, understanding, and a shared sense of readiness. Chapter 3: How to avoid rushing into loving. Modern dating. The temptation to rush into relationships can be overwhelming. From the excitement of meeting someone new to the pressures of societal expectations, many people find themselves hurrying through important stages of connection and intimacy, yet, as thrilling as it may be to accelerate a romantic relationship, moving too quickly can lead to confusion, disappointment, and sometimes heartbreak. In this chapter, we'll explore how to avoid the pitfalls of rushing into love, the dangers of fast-track relationships, and the strategies you can use to slow down, savor the process, and build a lasting, meaningful connection. Why rushing happens, the psychology behind moving too fast to understand why people rush into relationships. We need to first examine the underlying psychological forces at play. There are several common reasons why individuals may feel the urge to speed up the pace of a romantic relationship. 1. Fear of loneliness are one of the primary drivers behind rushing into relationships is the fear of being alone. In a world that often equates personal worth with relationship status, many people feel pressure to find a partner quickly, especially if they've been single for a while. The desire to escape loneliness can push individuals to move forward too fast in a relationship, even when they aren't fully ready or certain about their partner. When loneliness drives your decisions, it can cloud your judgment. You may overlook red flags, make compromises you wouldn't otherwise make, and rush into commitments that don't truly align with your long-term goals. While the immediate gratification of being in a relationship may temporarily soothe feelings of loneliness, it often leads to issues down the line when the relationship is built on unstable foundations. 2. Fear of missing out FOMO in today's fast-paced, hyper-connected world. The fear of missing out, often referred to as FOMO, plays a significant role in rushing relationships. Whether it's seeing friends getting engaged on social media, attending weddings, or being surrounded by happily coupled up individuals, FOMO can create a sense of urgency to find love. This fear often leads people to jump into relationships without taking the time to truly assess compatibility or emotional readiness. The pressure to keep up with others can lead to poor decision-making, as people feel compelled to match the relationship milestones they see around them, even if they're not emotionally or mentally prepared. 1. The high of infatuation. In the early stages of a relationship, infatuation can feel all-consuming. This powerful emotional and physiological state can create a sense of urgency to be closer to the other person, often leading people to fast-track their relationships. Infatuation can lead to idealizing a partner, making it easy to overlook potential incompatibilities or warning signs. The high of infatuation is chemically driven. When we first fall for someone, our brains release a flood of dopamine, oxytocin, and serotonin, the same chemicals responsible for feelings of pleasure and reward. These feel-good hormones can make the early stages of love feel euphoric, but this chemical rush can also cloud our judgment, leading to impulsive decisions like rushing into exclusivity, moving in together too soon, or even rushing toward marriage. 2. Pressure from friends and family. External pressures from friends, family, or society can also lead to rushing relationships. Well-meaning friends and family members might encourage you to lock down a promising partner or question why you're still single if a relationship doesn't seem to be moving forward fast enough. These external pressures can make you feel like you're falling behind, which in turn can lead to hastily progressing the relationship to meet others' expectations rather than your own. 3. Cultural or societal expectations. In some cultures or social circles, there may be specific timelines for when relationships are expected to reach certain milestones. For example, in cultures where marriage and starting a family are highly prioritized, there may be pressure to move quickly through dating and courtship. This can result in individuals feeling compelled to rush their relationships in order to meet these cultural or societal expectations, even if they aren't emotionally ready or aligned with their partner's goals. 4. Desire for security. Many people rush into relationships because they crave security and stability. Being in a committed relationship can offer a sense of emotional safety, especially if you've experienced uncertainty or heartbreak in the past. However, this desire for security can sometimes push individuals to move too quickly into serious commitment, before fully understanding the dynamics of the relationship or the compatibility of their partner. And the quest for security, people may be tempted to ignore red flags or settle for less than they truly desire in a relationship. This can lead to feelings of dissatisfaction or regret once the initial excitement fades and the reality of the relationship sets in. The dangers of rushing relationships. Rushing into a relationship can feel exhilarating in the moment, but the long-term consequences are often far less rosy. Moving too quickly can prevent you from fully understanding your partner, and assessing whether the relationship is built on a solid foundation. Here are some of the dangers of rushing into love. 1. Overlooking red flags. And the biggest risks of rushing into a relationship is that you may overlook important red flags. When you're caught up in the excitement of a new romance, it's easy to ignore warning signs or dismiss behaviors that might otherwise concern you. For example, you might downplay issues like poor communication, mismatched values, or emotional unavailability because you're focused on the intensity of the connection. However, these red flags often resurface later in the relationship, and by then, you may have already made significant commitments such as moving in together or becoming exclusive. That make it harder to walk away. Slowing down allows you to take a more measured approach, giving you time to evaluate your partner's character and the relationship's long-term potential. 2. Emotional burnout. When relationships progress too quickly, emotional burnout is a common outcome. Intense emotions and frequent interactions can create a sense of emotional overload, especially if the relationship becomes all-consuming early on. This can lead to feelings of exhaustion, stress, and even resentment, as both partners struggle to maintain the initial intensity. Emotional burnout can manifest in various ways, from losing interest in the relationship to feeling irritable or disconnected from your partner. When this happens, the relationship may start to feel like a burden rather than a source of joy and fulfillment. Taking the time to pace the relationship allows both partners to develop a healthy emotional balance and avoid burnout. 3. Unrealistic expectations. Rushing into a relationship often leads to unrealistic expectations. In the heat of the moment, it's easy to believe that your partner is perfect, that the relationship will solve all of your problems, or that you found your forever person after only a few dates. However, these expectations are rarely sustainable, and when reality sets in, disappointment can follow. Unrealistic expectations can also create pressure on both partners to live up to an idealized version of the relationship. This can lead to frustration and conflict when the relationship doesn't unfold as quickly or perfectly as imagined. By slowing down and allowing the relationship to develop naturally, you give yourself the opportunity to build a more realistic and grounded connection with your partner. 4. Lack of emotional foundation. Healthy relationships are built on a foundation of trust, communication, and emotional intimacy. Where relationships are rushed, there often isn't enough time to establish this foundation. Without a strong emotional base, the relationship may struggle to weather challenges or conflicts that arise later on. Relationships that move too quickly can become unstable, as both partners may not have fully explored each other's values, goals, and emotional needs. Slowing down allows you to build a deeper emotional connection, ensuring that the relationship is based on more than just physical attraction or initial excitement. 5. Missed opportunities for personal growth. When you rush into a relationship, you may miss out on important opportunities for personal growth. Being single or taking your time in a relationship can provide valuable space for self-reflection, self-discovery, and the development of emotional resilience. Rushing into a relationship can prevent you from fully understanding your own needs, desires, and boundaries as the focus shifts to the relationship rather than your personal journey. By slowing down and allowing yourself time to grow individually, you can enter the relationship with a clearer sense of who you are and what you want. This self-awareness will ultimately contribute to a healthier and more fulfilling relationship. 1. Incompatibility may surface. Ladder rushing through the early stages of a relationship can prevent you from fully understanding your compatibility with your partner. While everything may seem perfect in the beginning, deeper incompatibilities often surface later in the relationship. Once the initial infatuation has worn off, if you've already rushed into a serious commitment such as moving in together or getting engaged, discovering these incompatibilities can be painful and difficult to navigate. By taking your time and allowing the relationship to unfold naturally, you give yourself the opportunity to assess whether your partner is truly compatible with your values, goals, and lifestyle. Strategies for slowing down. The perceive. You've recognized that you have a tendency to rush into relationships, or if you're currently feeling the pressure to move quickly, there are several strategies you can use to slow down the pace and create a more mindful, intentional connection. These strategies will help you avoid the common pitfalls of fast-track relationships and allow you to build a deeper, more meaningful bond with your partner. 1. Set clear boundaries. One of the most effective ways to slow down the pace of a relationship is to set clear boundaries. Boundaries help establish a healthy pace, and prevent the relationship from becoming all-consuming too quickly. For example, you might set boundaries around how often you spend time together, how quickly you introduce each other to friends or family, or when you discuss future plans. Boundaries also help protect your emotional well-being, as they give you space to process your feelings and reflect on the relationship. By setting clear boundaries, you can create a sense of balance and prevent the relationship from becoming overwhelming. 2. Take time for yourself. Maintaining a sense of individuality is crucial in any relationship, but it's especially important when you're trying to avoid rushing. Taking time for yourself allows you to stay connected to your own needs, interests, and personal growth. It also gives you the emotional space to evaluate the relationship from a more objective perspective. Make sure to carve out time for your hobbies, friendships, and self-care practices. This will not only help you maintain a sense of balance, but it will also prevent the relationship from becoming the sole focus of your life. 3. Be mindful of your emotions. Emotions can run high in the early stages of a relationship, and it's easy to get swept up in the excitement of new love. However, it's important to stay mindful of your emotions and recognize when they might be influencing your decisions. Take time to reflect on your feelings and ask yourself whether your emotions are guiding you toward healthy decisions. Are you feeling infatuated, or are you truly building a meaningful connection? Are your feelings of excitement causing you to overlook potential red flags? By staying mindful of your emotions, you can make more intentional choices about how to proceed in the relationship. 4. Communicate openly with your partner. Open communication is essential for slowing down the pace of a relationship. If you feel like things are moving too quickly, have an honest conversation with your partner about your concerns. Express your desire to take things slow and explain why it's important for you. To build a strong foundation before moving forward, a supportive partner will understand your need to slow down and will work with you to create a pace that feels comfortable for both of you. If your partner is unwilling to respect your boundaries or is pushing for the relationship to progress faster than you're comfortable with, it may be a sign that the relationship isn't healthy or compatible. 5. Focus on building emotional intimacy instead of rushing into physical or logistical commitments. Focus on building emotional intimacy with your partner. Emotional intimacy is the foundation of a healthy, long-lasting relationship, and it takes time to develop. Engage in deep, meaningful conversations with your partner about your values, goals, and personal experiences. Share your vulnerabilities and listen to theirs. By prioritizing emotional connection over physical or external milestones, you can create a deeper bond that will support the long-term success of the relationship. 1. Take things one step at a time. One of the best ways to avoid rushing is to take things one step at a time. Instead of jumping from casual dating to serious commitment, focus on enjoying each stage of the relationship as it unfolds. Celebrate the small milestones like getting to know each other's interests, meeting each other's friends, or going on your first trip together without rushing toward the next big step. Taking things one step at a time allows you to fully experience the joys and challenges of each stage of the relationship, and it gives you the opportunity to assess whether you're both ready for the next phase. Journaling prompts for self-reflection will help you slow down and reflect on your relationship. Consider using the following journaling prompts. These prompts will encourage you to explore your feelings, assess your emotional readiness, and identify any patterns of rushing in your past relationships. 1. What excites me most about this relationship? Reflect on the aspects of the relationship that bring you joy and excitement. Are these feelings grounded in genuine connection, or are they driven by infatuation or external pressures? 2. Am I feeling any pressure to move faster in this relationship? Identify any sources of pressure, whether internal or external, that may be influencing your desire to move the relationship forward. How can you address these pressures in a healthy way? 3. What are my boundaries in this relationship, and how can I communicate them effectively? Consider what boundaries you need to set in order to slow down the pace of the relationship. How can you communicate these boundaries to your partner in a way that fosters understanding and respect? 4. How do I feel when I take time for myself outside of the relationship? Reflect on how spending time alone or with friends impacts your emotional well-being. Does it help you feel more balanced and centered in the relationship? 5. What are my long-term relationship goals, and how does this relationship align with them? Take time to assess whether this relationship is aligned with your long-term goals and values. Are you both moving in the same direction, or are there Significant differences that need to be addressed. Conclusion: embracing patience and love. Slowing down in love isn't about playing hard to get or delaying gratification. It's about taking the time to build a relationship that is meaningful, balanced, and sustainable. By avoiding the urge to rush, you allow yourself and your partner the space to truly get to know each other, build trust, and create a solid emotional foundation. In the end, patience is one of the most valuable qualities you can bring to a relationship. By embracing the process of getting to know someone at a natural, unhurried pace, you increase your chances of building a relationship that will stand the test of time. Chapter 4: When to wait and when to move forward. In any romantic relationship, timing is crucial. There are moments when waiting is necessary to allow the relationship to develop naturally, and other times when moving forward is essential to deepen the connection. Striking the right balance between patience and action is one of the most challenging aspects of building a healthy and lasting relationship. Knowing when to hold back and when to take the next step can make the difference between a thriving partnership and one that stagnates or collapses under the weight of unmet expectations. In this chapter, we will explore the fine line between waiting and moving forward, how to recognize when it's time to wait and when it's time to act, and how to manage the anxiety that can come with uncertainty. You will learn to evaluate your relationship through practical strategies, enabling you to create a timeline that feels natural for both you and your partner. The importance of timing in relationship progression. Every relationship moves at its own pace, and one of the most important lessons to learn in love is that there is no universal timeline for everyone. Some couples fall in love quickly and move through major milestones at an accelerated pace, while others take their time to build a deep connection over months or even years. The right timing for a relationship isn't about speed, but alignment. Both partners should feel comfortable with the pace and ready to move forward. At the same time, timing in relationships often revolves around two central questions. When is it time to move forward? When is it time to wait? Recognizing the answer to these questions requires tuning into your emotional, mental, and sometimes even practical needs, as well as being sensitive to your partner's readiness. This is where the art of patience meets the need for progress in relationships. Waiting can sometimes create the space for reflection, growth, and emotional readiness, while moving forward brings clarity, commitment, and deeper connection. However, it's important to remember that timing in relationships is rarely linear. There may be moments where it feels right to leap ahead, followed by periods of waiting for both individuals to align. Relationships are dynamic and fluid, not constrained by rigid timelines. The key is developing the awareness and communication skills necessary to navigate these transitions. Signs that it's time to wait. There are times in every relationship when waiting is the most appropriate and healthy course of action. This doesn't mean stagnating or avoiding progress, but rather allowing the relationship to evolve naturally and ensuring that both partners feel emotionally ready for the next step. Here are some signs that it may be time to wait before moving forward. 1. One partner feels uncertain. If one partner expresses hesitation or uncertainty about moving forward, it's often a sign that the relationship needs more time. Rushing ahead in these moments can create pressure and anxiety, leading to misalignment between the partners. When one person is unsure about a major step such as moving in together, becoming exclusive, or discussing marriage, it's important to give them the space to reflect on their feelings without pushing them into a decision. Uncertainty is a natural part of relationships, especially in the early stages. It doesn't necessarily mean that the relationship is doomed or that the partner isn't interested. Often, it's a signal that they need time to process their emotions and make sure that they're ready to commit to the next phase of the relationship. In these situations, patience is key. 2. Emotional or personal growth is needed. There are times when individuals need to focus on their personal growth before they can fully invest in a relationship. This may include dealing with past traumas, working on self-confidence, or addressing personal goals that haven't yet been fulfilled. In these moments, rushing into a deeper commitment can lead to feelings of overwhelm or emotional strain. If either partner expresses a need to focus on personal growth, it's important to honor that space and recognize that waiting can ultimately strengthen the relationship in the long run. Personal growth is essential for a healthy partnership, and giving your partner time to work on themselves will create a more solid foundation for the relationship when the time comes to move forward. 1. The relationship is in a transitional phase. Relationships naturally go through different phases, and not every moment is right for major decisions or milestones. If your relationship is in a transitional phase, whether it's the early stages of dating, navigating a long-distance relationship, or adjusting to new life circumstances, waiting may be necessary. Before making big moves, for example, if one partner is in the process of moving to a new city, starting a new job, or going through a family crisis, it may not be the right time to make long-term decisions about the relationship. These transitions can bring added stress and uncertainty, and moving forward quickly during these times can cause unnecessary pressure. Instead, it's often best to focus on supporting each other and waiting for the right moment to discuss the next steps. To red flags or concerns need to be addressed. If there are unresolved issues or red flags in the relationship, it's important to address them before moving forward. These could include concerns about communication, trust, compatibility, or emotional readiness. Waiting allows both partners to work through these issues and ensures that the relationship is on a stable footing before progressing to the next stage. Ignoring red flags and rushing ahead can lead to deeper problems down the line. It's better to take the time to resolve concerns and ensure that both partners are fully aligned before making big decisions. While it can be tempting to gloss over issues in the excitement of moving forward, waiting gives you the opportunity to build a stronger, healthier relationship. 3. The timing is out of sync sometimes. External circumstances make it difficult for both partners to move forward at the same pace. For example, one partner might be ready to discuss marriage while the other is focused on finishing a degree or advancing their career. In these cases, waiting allows both partners to achieve their individual goals while maintaining the relationship. It's important to remember that timing isn't always perfect, and there will be moments when life gets in the way. Waiting doesn't mean giving up on the relationship. It means recognizing that the timing isn't right for both partners to move forward in the same way. In these situations, communication and compromise are essential to maintaining the connection while respecting each other's personal timelines. Signs that it's time to move forward while waiting is sometimes necessary. There are also moments in a relationship when moving forward is the right choice. If both partners are emotionally ready and aligned, taking the next step can bring clarity, deepen the connection, and create a sense of shared commitment. Here are some signs that it may be time to move forward. 1. Both partners feel secure. Ready. One of the clearest signs that it's time to move forward is when both partners feel secure and emotionally ready for the next step. This doesn't mean that all uncertainty or fear is gone, but rather that both individuals are willing to take the leap and trust in the relationship's potential. When both partners express excitement and commitment to the future, it's often a good indicator that the timing is right to progress. This may include discussing exclusivity, moving in together, or even considering long-term plans like marriage or starting a family. The key is that both partners are on the same page and feel confident in the relationship's direction. 1. The relationship feels stable and balanced. Stability and balance are essential for moving forward in a relationship. If the relationship is characterized by consistent communication, mutual support, and trust, it's likely ready for the next stage. Stability doesn't mean that the relationship is free of challenges, but rather that both partners feel secure in their connection and are able to navigate conflicts in a healthy way. A balanced relationship is one where both partners contribute equally and feel valued and respected. If you and your partner have built a strong foundation of emotional intimacy and mutual support, it's a sign that the relationship is ready to evolve to future goals. Another important factor in determining when to move forward is whether both partners' future goals are aligned. This includes discussing topics like career ambitions, family planning, and lifestyle preferences. If you and your partner share similar long-term goals and have had open conversations about the future, it's a good sign that the relationship is ready to progress. Alignment on future goals doesn't mean that you have to agree on every detail of your life plans, but it does mean that you're moving in the same direction. If both partners are excited about building a future together and have a shared vision for what that looks like, it's likely time to take the next step. 3. The relationship has survived challenges. Relationships are often tested by challenges, whether they're related to personal circumstances, conflicts, or external pressures. If your relationship has weathered these challenges and come out stronger, it's a good indication that it's ready to move forward. Overcoming obstacles together builds resilience and deepens the bond between partners. If you face difficult situations such as long distance, family issues, or personal hardships and have found ways to support each other through them. It's a sign that the relationship is built on a solid foundation. Moving forward after overcoming challenges can bring a renewed sense of commitment and trust in the relationship's future. 4. There is a strong emotional connection. Emotional intimacy is one of the most important factors in determining when to move forward in a relationship. If you and your partner have built a deep emotional connection, one that is characterized by vulnerability, trust, and open communication, it's a strong indicator that the relationship is ready to progress. Emotional connection goes beyond physical attraction or surface-level compatibility. It involves sharing your innermost thoughts, fears, and desires with your partner and feeling understood and supported in return. If you and your partner have developed this level of intimacy, it's likely time to take the next step. The role of communication in deciding when to move forward. At the heart of any decision about whether to wait or move forward is communication. Open, honest conversations are essential for ensuring that both partners are aligned and that the relationship is progressing at a pace that feels right for both people. Here are some key elements of communication that can help you navigate the decision to wait or move forward. 1. Be honest about your feelings. It's important to be honest with yourself and your partner about how you're feeling. If you're ready to move forward, express that clearly and openly. If you're feeling hesitant or unsure, communicate those feelings as well. Being honest about your emotions creates a foundation of trust and allows both partners to make informed decisions about the relationship's future. 2. Listen to your partner's perspective. Communication isn't just about expressing your own feelings, it's also about listening to your partner's perspective. Make space for your partner to share their thoughts, concerns, and desires, and listen with an open mind. Understanding where your partner is coming from will help you both navigate the decision-making process with empathy and respect. 1. Address fears and concerns. It's normal to have fears or concerns when deciding whether to move forward in a relationship. Instead of avoiding these feelings, address them head-on. Talk openly with your partner about any doubts or anxieties you may have and work together to find solutions or reassurance. For example, if you're worried about moving in together because of financial concerns, have a conversation about how you'll manage expenses and responsibilities. If you're hesitant about discussing marriage because of past relationship experiences, share those feelings with your partner and explore how you can both move forward at a pace that feels comfortable. 2. Be willing to compromise. Elephants often require compromise, especially when it comes to timing. If one partner is ready to move forward while the other needs more time, it's important to find a middle ground that works for both people. This might involve setting a timeline for revisiting the conversation or finding ways to deepen the connection without rushing into major commitments. Compromise doesn't mean sacrificing your own needs or values. It means finding a solution that respects both partners' desires and timelines. By working together to create a plan that feels right for both of you, you can move forward in a way that strengthens the relationship rather than creating tension. 3. Set clear expectations. One of the most common sources of conflict in relationships is mismatched expectations. To avoid misunderstandings, it's important to set clear expectations about the pace of the relationship and what both partners want moving forward. This includes discussing timelines for major milestones such as exclusivity, moving in together, or getting engaged, as well as smaller decisions about how you'll spend your time together. By having open conversations about your expectations, you can ensure that both partners are on the same page and prevent confusion or disappointment down the line. Navigating anxiety and uncertainty. One of the biggest challenges of deciding when to wait or move forward is managing the anxiety and uncertainty that often comes with these decisions. It's natural to feel nervous or unsure about taking the next step in a relationship, especially if you've been hurt in the past or if you're unsure about the future. Here are some strategies for managing anxiety and uncertainty as you navigate these decisions. 1. Practice mindfulness. Mindfulness is a powerful tool for managing anxiety and staying present in the moment. When you find yourself feeling overwhelmed by uncertainty, take a step back and focus on your breath. Bring your attention to the present moment and remind yourself that it's okay not to have all the answers right away. Mindfulness can also help you stay grounded in the relationship, allowing you to enjoy the connection without constantly worrying about the future. By focusing on the here and now, you can create a sense of peace and clarity that will guide you in making decisions about when to move forward. 2. Take small steps if the idea of taking a big leap forward in the relationship feels overwhelming. Consider taking small steps instead, rather than rushing into major commitments. Focus on deepening your connection in more gradual ways. This might involve spending more time together, having deeper conversations, or exploring new activities. As a couple, taking small steps allows you to build trust and intimacy over time, without the pressure of making major decisions all at once. It also gives both partners the opportunity to check in with their feelings and ensure that they're moving forward at a pace that feels comfortable. 3. Trust the process. Relationships are a journey, and it's important to trust the process of getting to know each other and building a connection. There's no need to rush or force things to happen before the time is right. Trust that the relationship will unfold naturally, and that both you and your partner will know when it's time to move forward. If you find yourself feeling anxious about the future, remind yourself that relationships are built one step at a time. By focusing on the present and trusting in the process, you can reduce anxiety and create a more relaxed, fulfilling connection. 1. Seek support if you're struggling with anxiety or uncertainty about the relationship. Don't hesitate to seek support from trusted friends, family members, or a therapist. Talking through your feelings with someone you trust can provide valuable perspective and help you process your emotions in a healthy way. Support from loved ones can also provide reassurance and guidance as you navigate the decision to wait or move forward. Just be sure to choose individuals who have your best interest at heart and who can offer objective, compassionate advice. Conclusion: the dance of waiting and moving forward. Dance between waiting and moving forward in a relationship is delicate and requires careful attention to both your own needs and your partner's readiness. There's no single right way to navigate this process, but by staying attuned to the signs, communicating openly, and managing anxiety, you can create a timeline that feels right for both partners. Ultimately, the decision to wait or move forward is about building a relationship that is strong, balanced, and aligned with both partners' desires and goals. By respecting each other's timelines and trusting the process of the relationship, you can create a connection that grows naturally and withstands the test of time. Chapter 5. The difference between waiting and dragging out a relationship. In every romantic relationship, there comes a time when the decision to wait or move forward becomes a central issue. Sometimes, waiting can feel like the right thing to do. It allows for emotional growth, greater clarity, and a deeper understanding of the relationship's dynamics. But what happens when waiting turns into procrastination? When does patience turn into stalling? The line between waiting for the right time and dragging out a relationship that has no future can be thin, but understanding the difference is essential for both emotional well-being and relationship success. This chapter explores how to distinguish between healthy waiting and dragging out a relationship, the psychological and emotional impact of each, and strategies for making sure your relationship is progressing in a meaningful way. We'll also dive into the red flags that indicate a relationship is being prolonged unnecessarily, and how to confront the fear of making difficult decisions about its future. Why waiting feels safe. The instinct to wait in a relationship can stem from many factors: fear of making the wrong choice, the desire for more time to make sense of emotions, or simply wanting to ensure the relationship is ready for the next step. While waiting can sometimes be a healthy choice, offering both partners the space they need to reflect and grow, it can also create a sense of safety that prevents real progress. One of the primary reasons people hesitate to move forward is the fear of failure. Relationships carry emotional risk, and the stakes often feel high. The idea of moving into deeper levels of commitment, whether it's becoming exclusive, moving in together, or discussing long-term plans like marriage, can trigger anxieties about vulnerability, rejection, or making the wrong choice. Waiting can feel like a protective measure against these risks. If you don't take the next step, you don't have to deal with the potential consequences of what might happen if things go wrong. This avoidance, however, can lead to stagnation, as one or both partners become stuck in a cycle of indecision. Another reason waiting feels safe is the illusion of time. We often tell ourselves that there's plenty of time to make decisions, to see how things unfold, and to avoid rushing into something we're not ready for. While this can sometimes be true, especially in the early stages of a relationship, there comes a point where the lack of forward movement becomes an issue. When one or both partners are using time as a shield against emotional commitment or difficult conversations, waiting turns into dragging out the relationship. The emotional impact of dragging out a relationship doesn't just affect the overall health of the partnership, it can take a serious emotional toll on both individuals involved. When a relationship is prolonged without meaningful progress, frustration, resentment, and anxiety often build over time. The uncertainty can lead to emotional exhaustion, eroding the sense of connection and trust that once existed. 1. Emotional uncertainty. One of the most damaging aspects of dragging out a relationship is the emotional uncertainty it creates. When there's no clear direction or commitment, both partners can start to feel anxious about the future. This uncertainty can manifest in constant questioning, where is this relationship going? Or are we just wasting time? Which can ultimately lead to emotional instability. Uncertainty prevents both partners from feeling secure in the relationship, which is a key component of long-term emotional satisfaction. When there's no clear roadmap for the future, individuals may begin to doubt their partner's feelings, their own value, or the viability of the relationship itself. 2. Resentment and frustration over time. Dragging out a relationship without resolution can breed resentment. If one partner feels ready to move forward while the other is reluctant or passive, this imbalance can create frustration. The partner who feels held back may begin to resent their partner for not meeting their emotional needs, while the partner who isn't ready may feel pressured and misunderstood. This resentment can slowly poison the relationship, making it difficult to communicate openly and compassionately instead of nurturing the bond. Both partners may retreat into their own frustrations, leading to arguments or emotional distance. 3. Loss of emotional intimacy. As frustration builds, emotional intimacy often erodes. When a relationship isn't progressing, it's easy for both partners to withdraw emotionally. They may stop sharing their thoughts and feelings, avoid difficult conversations, or even become emotionally detached in an effort to protect themselves from further disappointment. Emotional intimacy is the foundation of any healthy relationship, and without it, both partners can begin to feel lonely, isolated, and disconnected even if they're still spending time together. When a relationship is dragged out for too long without progress, the emotional bond that once existed can begin to fade, making it harder to repair the relationship in the future. 4. Self-doubt and insecurity. Being stuck in a relationship that feels like it's going nowhere can also lead to feelings of self-doubt and insecurity. You may start to question your own worth, wonder if you're not enough for your partner, or feel that something is wrong with you because the relationship isn't progressing as expected. This emotional toll can impact your self-esteem, your sense of personal agency, and your overall mental health. Over time, these feelings of insecurity can become deeply ingrained, affecting not only the current relationship, but future relationships as well. People who have experienced prolonged, stagnant relationships may carry those emotional wounds into new partnerships, making it harder to trust and connect in the future. Signs you're dragging out a relationship. It can be difficult to recognize when a relationship is being dragged out, especially when you're emotionally invested. Here are some common signs that a relationship is being prolonged unnecessarily, and that it may be time to confront the underlying issues. 1. Avoidance of important conversations. If you or your partner consistently avoid important conversations about the future, whether it's about exclusivity, moving in together, or long-term plans like marriage or children, it's a strong sign that the relationship is being dragged out. Avoidance is often a coping mechanism for fear or uncertainty, but it prevents the relationship from moving forward in a meaningful way. Avoidance can take many forms, from changing the subject when future plans are mentioned to delaying discussions under the guise of not being ready. While it's natural to need time to process big decisions, prolonged avoidance without any steps toward resolution is a red flag too. Lack of forward movement. Over time, relationships naturally evolve. Over time, with both partners making incremental steps toward deeper connection and commitment. If your relationship has been stuck at the same stage for months, or even years without any progress in terms of emotional intimacy, shared goals, or plans for the future, it's likely being dragged out. This stagnation can feel comfortable at first, especially if the relationship provides companionship and emotional security. However, over time, the lack of movement can lead to dissatisfaction and frustration as both partners begin to feel like the relationship isn't going anywhere. 1. Unresolved issues or red flags. Every relationship encounters challenges, but when these challenges remain unresolved for long periods of time, it's a sign that the relationship isn't progressing in a healthy way. Unresolved issues, whether it's communication problems, trust issues, or differing values can create a sense of emotional paralysis, where both partners feel stuck but unable to address the root causes of their dissatisfaction. If you find yourself repeatedly circling back to the same arguments, concerns, or disappointments without any resolution, it's a sign that the relationship is being dragged out. Continuing to delay resolution only prolongs the emotional strain and prevents both partners from moving forward either together or apart. 2. Fear of confrontation. Fear of confrontation is a major reason why relationships get dragged out. When one or both partners are afraid of having difficult conversations, such as discussing commitment, exclusivity, or even ending the relationship, they may choose to delay action in the hopes that things will resolve themselves over time. However, this avoidance often leads to prolonged emotional tension and uncertainty. If you or your partner are avoiding important conversations because you're afraid of how the other person will react, it's a sign that the relationship isn't moving forward in a healthy way. Fear of confrontation can create a dynamic where both partners tiptoe around each other's emotions, rather than addressing the real issues that need to be resolved. 3. You're staying out of comfort, not love. One of the clearest signs that a relationship is being dragged out is when you realize you're staying together out of comfort, rather than genuine love or excitement for the future. If the relationship has become more about routine, convenience, or fear of being alone, it may be time to reevaluate whether the relationship is truly serving both partners' emotional needs. Staying in a relationship out of comfort may feel easier than facing the uncertainty of being single or starting over, but it can also lead to long-term dissatisfaction and resentment. When love and connection are replaced by routine and convenience, the relationship loses its vitality and purpose. When waiting is healthy while dragging out a relationship can have negative consequences, there are also times when waiting is healthy and necessary for the relationship to thrive. It's important to distinguish between procrastination and intentional waiting, as the latter can create space for growth, reflection, and deeper connection. Here are some signs that waiting is a healthy and appropriate choice in your relationship. 1. Both partners are open and communicative. Healthy waiting is characterized by open communication between both partners. If you're waiting to take the next step, whether it's becoming exclusive, moving in together, or getting married, but both partners are openly discussing their feelings, needs, and timelines, this can be a sign of a healthy, intentional waiting period. In these cases, both partners are committed to the relationship and are actively working toward shared goals. Waiting in this context allows both individuals to ensure that they're emotionally ready for the next stage of the relationship, rather than rushing into decisions out of fear or pressure. 1. Personal growth is a priority. Sometimes waiting is necessary because one or both partners need time to focus on personal growth. This might involve healing from past relationships, working on self-confidence, or pursuing individual goals before committing to a long-term partnership. When personal growth is a priority, waiting can create space for both partners to become their best selves before moving forward together. In these cases, waiting is a conscious choice that benefits the relationship in the long run. By focusing on individual growth, both partners are laying the groundwork for a stronger, more resilient relationship in the future. 2. There is a clear timeline or plan. Healthy waiting often involves setting a clear timeline or plan for when and how the relationship will move forward. This might involve agreeing to revisit certain conversations in a few months, or making incremental steps toward deeper commitment. Having a clear plan helps both partners feel secure in the relationship's progress, even if they're not ready to take the next big step right away. A clear timeline creates a sense of direction and purpose in the relationship, preventing the uncertainty and stagnation that often accompany dragging things out. When both partners are aligned on the timeline, waiting can feel like a proactive, intentional choice rather than a passive delay. 3. The relationship is growing emotionally. If the relationship is growing emotionally, even if major milestones haven't been reached, yet waiting can be a sign of healthy progression. Emotional growth might involve deepening your connection through vulnerability, improving communication skills, or learning to navigate conflict in a more constructive way. As long as both partners are invested in the relationship's emotional growth, waiting can be a positive and necessary part of the process. In this context, waiting allows both partners to strengthen the emotional foundation of the relationship before moving forward. Rather than rushing into external milestones, the focus is on building a deeper, more meaningful connection. How to know when it's time to stop waiting. Even in cases where waiting is healthy, There comes a point when it's time to stop waiting and take action, whether that means moving forward together or deciding to end the relationship. Knowing when to stop waiting requires a combination of self-awareness, honest communication, and emotional courage. Here are some signs that it's time to stop waiting. 1. Your needs are consistently unmet. If your emotional or relational needs are consistently unmet, despite waiting for your partner to meet you halfway, it's a sign that the waiting period has gone on too long. While waiting can be healthy in certain situations, it's important to recognize when your patience is no longer serving you. If you're feeling neglected, unappreciated, or emotionally unfulfilled, it's time to address these concerns directly. In these situations, continuing to wait only prolongs your dissatisfaction and prevents you from getting the emotional fulfillment you deserve. It's important to have an honest conversation with your partner about whether they're willing and able to meet your needs, and if not, it may be time to consider ending the relationship. 1. There is no progress over time. Relationships are dynamic, and even if major milestones aren't reached right away, there should still be a sense of forward movement over time. If months or years have passed without any meaningful progress, whether it's in terms of emotional intimacy, shared goals, or long-term plans, it's a sign that the relationship is stuck. Waiting indefinitely without any progress can lead to frustration and emotional burnout. At some point, it's important to acknowledge that the relationship isn't moving forward and to make a decision about its future. If both partners aren't committed to growing together, it may be time to move on. 2. Your partner avoids accountability. If your partner consistently avoids accountability for their role in the relationship's stagnation, it's a sign that waiting is no longer productive. This might involve making excuses for why they're not ready to commit, refusing to address important issues, or shifting blame onto you. In a healthy relationship, both partners take responsibility for their actions and are willing to work through challenges together. If your partner refuses to engage in these conversations or avoids taking accountability for their behavior, it's a sign that the relationship isn't progressing in a healthy way. In these cases, continuing to wait only enables the avoidance rather than fostering growth. 1. You're no longer emotionally invested. One of the clearest signs that it's time to stop waiting is when you realize you're no longer emotionally invested in the relationship. This can happen gradually as frustration and disappointment build over time. You may start to feel indifferent about the relationship's future, disengage emotionally, or lose interest in the connection altogether. When emotional investment fades, it's a sign that the relationship is no longer meeting your needs or bringing you fulfillment. In these situations, it's often better to end the relationship rather than continuing to wait for something to change. How to confront the fear of moving on. Only the reasons people stay in stagnant relationships is the fear of moving on. The idea of ending a relationship can be terrifying, especially if you've invested significant time and emotional energy into the partnership. However, staying in a relationship that isn't progressing can prevent you from finding the love, connection, and fulfillment you truly deserve. Here are some strategies for confronting the fear of moving on. 1. Acknowledge your fears first. Step in confronting the fear of moving on is acknowledging it. It's natural to feel scared or uncertain about ending a relationship, especially if you're afraid of being alone or starting over. Rather than pushing these fears aside, take the time to sit with them and explore what's really driving your hesitation. Are you afraid of being single? Do you worry about making the wrong decision? Are you holding on to hope that things will change? By acknowledging your fears, you can begin to understand them and work through them in a healthy way. 2. Focus on self-worth. One of the most important things to remember when deciding whether to move on is that your self-worth isn't tied to the relationship. You deserve to be in a relationship that brings you joy, fulfillment, and emotional security. If the current relationship isn't meeting those needs, it's a reflection of the relationship's dynamics, not your value as a person. Focus on cultivating self-love and self-worth outside of the relationship. Remind yourself that you deserve a partner who is fully committed to growing with you, and that it's okay to walk away from a relationship that isn't serving your emotional well-being. 3. Visualize your future when considering whether to move on. It can be helpful to visualize your future both with and without your current partner. What does your life look like if you stay in the relationship? Are you fulfilled, happy, and emotionally connected, or are you frustrated, stagnant, and unfulfilled? Now, imagine your life without the relationship. While the idea of being single or starting over might feel scary at first, consider the possibilities for growth, new connections, and emotional freedom. Visualizing your future in both scenarios can help you gain clarity about whether it's time to move on. 4. Seek support. Moving on from a relationship is never easy, and it's important to seek support from trusted friends, family members, or a therapist. Talking through your feelings with someone who understands your situation can provide valuable perspective and emotional validation. Support from loved ones can also give you the strength and confidence to make difficult decisions about the relationship's future. Surround yourself with people who will support your emotional well-being and encourage you to prioritize your happiness. Conclusion: moving forward with clarity. A decision to wait or move forward in a relationship is never easy, but it's an essential part of building a healthy, fulfilling connection. By recognizing the signs of when waiting is healthy and when it's time to stop, you can make informed choices that prioritize both your emotional needs and the long-term viability of the relationship. Whether you choose to move forward together or part ways, the key is to approach the decision with clarity, self-awareness, and open communication. Relationships thrive when both partners are committed to growing together, and by addressing concerns head-on, you can create a path that honors both your needs and your partner's. Ultimately, the difference between waiting and dragging out a relationship lies in intention and communication. When waiting is a conscious choice, it can lead to deeper connection and emotional growth. When waiting becomes avoidance, however, it's time to confront the fear of moving forward and take action, whether that means deepening the relationship or letting it go. Chapter 6. Managing time in a relationship. Time is one of the most important aspects of any relationship, yet it is often one of the most overlooked. How couples manage their time together and apart can make or break their relationship. Without proper time management, even the most loving relationships can falter due to misunderstandings, unmet needs, or feelings of neglect. Conversely, when couples learn to balance their time effectively, they foster deeper connections, mutual respect, and a strong foundation for long-term success. In this chapter, we will explore the various aspects of time management within a relationship, how to prioritize time together, how to respect each other's need for personal time, and how to handle time-related conflicts when they arise. We will also discuss strategies for balancing time with work, social obligations, family commitments, and personal hobbies without sacrificing the emotional intimacy that relationships need to thrive. The importance of time in relationships. Time is a precious and finite resource. Unlike material things, time cannot be regained once it is spent. In relationships, time functions as a currency of emotional investment. How much quality time partners spend together, how they choose to spend it, and how they balance time for individual needs all influence the health of the relationship. By managing time effectively, couples show that they value each other's company and are committed to nurturing the bond between them. 1. Time is an indicator of commitment. Time you invest in your relationship speaks volumes about your level of commitment. When partners consistently prioritize each other, it shows that they care about the relationship's well-being. This commitment is reflected in actions like setting aside time for dates, conversations, and shared experiences, even amidst busy schedules. In contrast, relationships can suffer when partners don't make time for each other, leading to feelings of neglect, disconnection, or resentment. It's important to remember that spending time together isn't just about quantity, it's about quality. A couple could spend hours in the same room, but if they're distracted by their phones, work, or other obligations, that time doesn't contribute to the emotional intimacy of the relationship. Quality time means being fully present, engaging with one another, and creating moments of connection that foster trust, understanding, and emotional closeness. Time as a reflection of balance. Healthy relationships require a balance of time spent together and time spent apart. Couples who spend all of their time together risk losing their individuality and may become too dependent on each other, leading to feelings of suffocation. On the other hand, couples who spend too much time apart may experience feelings of loneliness, neglect, or disconnection. Finding the right balance is key. Time together is necessary for building and maintaining intimacy, while time apart allows for personal growth and reflection. Each partner needs the freedom to pursue their own hobbies, friendships, and personal interests without feeling guilty or as if they are neglecting the relationship. When this balance is achieved, both partners can come together as whole, fulfilled individuals, enhancing the relationship with their personal growth. 3. Time and emotional intimacy are of the most significant roles that time plays in a relationship. Is its impact on emotional intimacy? Emotional intimacy refers to the deep bond that partners share when they feel comfortable being vulnerable, honest, and open with one another. This level of connection takes time to build, and it requires consistent effort to maintain. Without dedicated time together, emotional intimacy can erode. Partners may feel disconnected, leading to misunderstandings, resentment, or even a breakdown in communication. Emotional intimacy is not something that can be rushed. It needs time to grow and develop. Therefore, couples must regularly carve out time to nurture this bond by having meaningful conversations, sharing their thoughts and feelings, and engaging in activities that bring them closer. Balancing time together and time apart. Finding the right balance between time spent together and time apart is one of the most challenging aspects of managing time in a relationship. While it's natural for couples to want to be close to one another, maintaining a healthy sense of individuality is equally important. Both partners need to feel that they have the freedom to pursue their personal interests, friendships, and goals while also prioritizing the relationship. Here are some strategies to help couples find this balance. 1. Communicate your needs. Communication is essential when it comes to balancing time in a relationship. Each partner should feel comfortable expressing their needs for personal time and shared time without fear of judgment or resentment. For example, one person may need more alone time to recharge, while the other may thrive on constant companionship. Neither approach is right or wrong. What matters is finding a compromise that works for both partners. When discussing time management, it's helpful to use I statements to avoid sounding accusatory. For example, instead of saying, "You never spend enough time with me," try, "I feel disconnected when we don't spend much time together." This approach focuses on your own feelings rather than blaming your partner, which fosters a more constructive conversation. 2. Respect each other's boundaries. Part of finding a balance between time together and time apart involves respecting each other's boundaries. If your partner expresses a need for personal time, it's important to honor that without taking it personally. Personal time is not a reflection of the relationship's quality. It's a necessary part of maintaining individual well-being. Similarly, if you need time to yourself, be clear with your partner about why this is important to you. Explain that personal time helps you recharge, pursue your own interests, and ultimately come back to the relationship feeling more fulfilled and present. By respecting each other's boundaries, both partners can enjoy the benefits of time apart without sacrificing the emotional connection they share. 3. Schedule quality time together. While it's important to have time apart, quality time together is equally essential for maintaining a healthy relationship. Scheduling regular time for each other, whether it's through date nights, weekend getaways, or even just a few hours of undistracted conversation, helps keep the connection strong. The key to quality time is being fully present. That means putting away phones, turning off distractions, and focusing on each other. Whether it's sharing a meal, engaging in a shared hobby, or having a deep conversation, the goal is to create moments of connection that strengthen the bond between you. 4. Be flexible and adaptable. Life is constantly changing, and so are the demands on your time. Whether it's a busy period at work, a family obligation, or a personal goal that requires extra attention, there will be times when the balance between personal time and shared time shifts. It's important to remain flexible and adaptable in these moments, rather than rigidly adhering to a schedule or set expectations. Be open to adjusting your time management as needed. If one partner is feeling particularly stressed or overwhelmed, it may be necessary to give them extra space or support. Alternatively, if one partner feels neglected, it may be time to prioritize the relationship by carving out more quality time together. The key is to remain communicative and responsive to each other's needs as they evolve over time. The role of routine and spontaneity in time management. A healthy relationship needs both routine and spontaneity. Routine provides stability and predictability, which are important for building trust and a sense of security. However, too much routine can lead to complacency, making the relationship feel stagnant or boring. This is where spontaneity comes in adding excitement, novelty, and a sense of adventure to the partnership. 1. The stability of routine. Routines are the building blocks of a stable relationship. They provide a sense of predictability and structure, which helps partners feel secure and grounded. For example, Having a regular date night or setting aside time each morning or evening to connect with one another can create a consistent rhythm that strengthens the relationship over time. Routines also help ensure that both partners are consistently investing time in the relationship. Without a routine, it's easy for the demands of daily life work, family, social obligations to take priority over the relationship. By establishing routines, couples can make sure that they are regularly dedicating time to each other, no matter how busy life gets. 1. The excitement of spontaneity. While routines are important for stability, spontaneity is essential for keeping the relationship fresh and exciting. Spontaneous gestures such as surprising your partner with a weekend getaway, planning an impromptu date, or even just bringing home their favorite treat can reignite feelings of passion and excitement. Spontaneity doesn't have to be extravagant or expensive. It's about breaking free from the monotony of daily life and creating moments of joy and adventure. These spontaneous moments remind both partners of the fun and excitement that brought them together in the first place, helping to keep the relationship vibrant and alive. 2. Finding the right balance. The key to a successful relationship is finding the right balance between routine and spontaneity. Too much routine can make the relationship feel predictable and stale, while too much spontaneity can create feelings of instability or unpredictability. By blending the two, couples can create a relationship that feels both secure and exciting. One way to strike this balance is to establish a few core routines such as regular date nights or morning check-ins, while also leaving room for spontaneous activities. This approach allows couples to enjoy the benefits of routine while still making time for fun and adventure. Effective communication about time in relationships. Communication is the foundation of any successful relationship, and this is especially true when it comes to managing time. Without clear and open communication, time-related conflicts can arise, leading to frustration, misunderstandings, and resentment. Learning to communicate effectively about time ensures that both partners' needs are met and that the relationship remains healthy and balanced. Here are some strategies for improving communication about time management in relationships. 1. Have regular check-ins. One of the best ways to stay on the same page about time is to have regular check-ins. These check-ins provide an opportunity for both partners to discuss how they're feeling about the balance of time in the relationship. Are you spending enough time together? Are you both getting enough personal time? Are there any upcoming commitments that need to be discussed? Regular check-ins help prevent small frustrations from turning into bigger issues. By creating a space for open dialogue, couples can address any concerns early on and make adjustments as needed. These check-ins also serve as a reminder that both partners are actively invested in the relationship's well-being. 2. Use I statements when discussing time management. It's important to use I statements rather than blaming or accusing your partner. For example, instead of saying, "You never make time for me," try saying, "I've been feeling a bit disconnected lately and I'd love to spend more time together." This approach focuses on your own feelings rather than placing blame on your partner, which can lead to more productive conversations. I statements help create a non-confrontational atmosphere where both partners can express their needs without feeling attacked. This type of communication fosters empathy and understanding, allowing both individuals to work together toward a solution. 3. Listen actively. Effective communication is a two-way street. It's not just about expressing your own needs, but also actively listening to your partners. When your partner talks about their time needs, whether it's needing more personal space or wanting to spend more time together, make sure to listen without interrupting or jumping to conclusions. Reflect on what they're saying and validate their feelings, even if you don't fully agree. Active listening involves giving your full attention to your partner, avoiding distractions, and showing empathy for their perspective. By listening actively, you demonstrate that you value your partner's needs and are willing to work together to find a balance. 1. Be clear and direct when communicating about time management. It's important to be clear and direct about your needs. If you feel like you're not spending enough quality time together, say so. If you need more personal space, express that clearly. Vague hints or passive-aggressive comments only lead to confusion and frustration. Clear and direct communication helps ensure that both partners understand each other's needs and can work together to find a solution. By being upfront about your expectations, you reduce the likelihood of misunderstandings or unmet needs. 2. Be open to compromise. Time management in relationships often requires compromise. You may not always get exactly the amount of time you want, and your partner may not always feel completely satisfied with how time is being managed. The key is to find a middle ground that works for both of you. For example, if one partner wants to spend more time together while the other needs more personal space, the compromise might involve setting aside specific times for quality time while also respecting each other's need for independence. Compromise doesn't mean sacrificing your own needs, it means finding a solution that honors both partners' desires. Time-related conflicts in relationships. Time-related conflicts are common in relationships, especially when partners have different expectations for how time should be spent. One person may feel that they're not spending enough time together, while the other may feel overwhelmed by work or social obligations. Learning to manage these conflicts effectively is essential for maintaining a healthy, balanced relationship. Here are some strategies for resolving time-related conflicts. 1. Identify the root of the conflict. Time-related conflicts often stem from deeper issues such as unmet emotional needs, differences in communication styles, or external pressures. When conflicts arise, it's important to identify the root cause rather than focusing solely on the surface issue of time management. For example, if one partner feels neglected because they're not spending enough time together, the underlying issue may be a need for more emotional intimacy or connection. By addressing the root cause, couples can find more meaningful solutions that go beyond simply managing their schedules. To practice empathy and understanding time-related conflicts often escalate when both partners are focused on their own needs without considering the other's perspective. Practicing empathy is key to resolving these conflicts. Try to see the situation from your partner's point of view. What are they feeling? Why do they need more time together? Or why do they need more personal space? Empathy allows both partners to approach the conflict with compassion and a willingness to compromise. Instead of viewing the conflict as a battle over who gets more time, see it as an opportunity to deepen your understanding of each other's needs and find a solution that works for both of you. 3. Set realistic expectations. Time-related conflicts arise because one or both partners have unrealistic expectations for how time should be managed. For example, if one partner expects to spend every evening together while the other has a demanding work schedule, conflicts are bound to arise. Setting realistic expectations is essential for avoiding disappointment and frustration. Be honest with each other about your schedules, commitments, and personal needs, and work together to create a time management plan that is both achievable and fulfilling. 4. Create a time management plan. If time-related conflicts persist, it may be helpful to create a formal time management plan. This plan could involve setting aside specific times for quality time together, personal time, and social obligations. Having a plan in place helps ensure that both partners' needs are met while also reducing the likelihood of conflicts. A time management plan should be flexible and adaptable, allowing for changes as needed. The goal is not to rigidly adhere to a schedule, but to create a framework that supports both partners' needs for connection and independence. The impact of external factors on time management. External factors such as work, family commitments, and social obligations can significantly impact how couples manage their time. While these factors are often beyond your control, it's important to find ways to balance them with your relationship. 1. Work-life balance. In today's fast-paced world, work often takes up a significant portion of our time and energy. For many couples, managing work-life balance is one of the biggest challenges they face. Long hours, demanding schedules, and the pressure to succeed can leave little time for the relationship. To maintain a healthy work-life balance, it's important to set clear boundaries around work. This might involve limiting work-related activities outside of regular hours, setting aside time each day to connect with your partner, or even reevaluating your work commitments if they are consistently interfering with your relationship. Creating a work-life balance doesn't mean neglecting your career. It means finding a way to prioritize both your professional and personal life. By setting boundaries and making time for your relationship, you can maintain a healthy balance that supports both your career and your emotional well-being. 2. Family commitments. Family obligations can also impact how couples manage their time, whether it's caring for children, supporting aging parents, or attending family events. These commitments can add pressure to the relationship, leaving little time for personal connection. It's important to work together as a team when managing family commitments. Divide responsibilities in a way that feels fair and balanced. And make sure to set aside time for your relationship amidst family obligations. Regular check-ins can help ensure that both partners feel supported and that the relationship remains a priority. 3. Social obligations. Social obligations such as attending events, maintaining friendships, or participating in community activities can also affect how couples manage their time. While it's important to maintain social connections, it's equally important to ensure that these commitments don't interfere with the relationship. Finding a balance between social obligations and personal time involves setting clear priorities and being selective about which events or activities you choose to participate in. It's okay to say no to social events if they are interfering with your relationship, or if you need time to recharge. The key is to communicate openly with your partner and make decisions that support both your social life and your relationship. The benefits of managing time effectively in a relationship. When couples learn to manage their time effectively, the benefits are far-reaching. Not only does time management help prevent conflicts and misunderstandings, but it also strengthens the emotional bond between partners, fosters personal growth, and creates a sense of balance and harmony in the relationship. Here are some of the key benefits of managing time effectively in a relationship. 1. Stronger emotional connection. Effective time management allows couples to spend more quality time together, which strengthens the emotional bond between them. By making time for each other, couples create opportunities for deeper conversations, shared experiences, and emotional intimacy. 2. Greater personal fulfillment. When couples balance time together with time apart, both partners have the freedom to pursue their own interests, hobbies, and goals. This personal fulfillment enhances the relationship by bringing new energy, insights, and experiences back into the partnership. 3. Reduce stress and conflict. By managing time effectively, couples can reduce the stress and conflict that often arise from feeling overwhelmed, neglected, or unsupported. Clear communication, realistic expectations, and mutual respect help create a more harmonious relationship where both partners feel valued. 4. Increase trust and security. When both partners are committed to managing their time in a way that supports the relationship, it creates a sense of trust and security. Partners know that their needs will be met, and they feel confident in the relationship's stability and future. Conclusion: the art of managing time in a relationship. Time in a relationship is both an art and a skill. It requires open communication, empathy, flexibility, and a commitment to prioritizing both the relationship and individual well-being. By finding the right balance between time together and time apart, setting clear boundaries, and addressing time-related conflicts with compassion and understanding, couples can create a strong foundation for long-term success. Ultimately, time is one of the most valuable resources you can give to your partner. By investing time in your relationship through quality time together, personal growth, and effective communication, you can build a relationship that not only survives, but thrives. Chapter 7: The importance of time apart in relationships and modern romantic relationships. Much of the focus tends to be on shared time, the moments spent together building intimacy, connection, and shared memories. But often overlooked is the importance of time spent apart. While it may seem counterintuitive, time apart can actually strengthen a relationship. It gives each partner the space to reflect, grow individually, and bring renewed energy back into the partnership. In this chapter, we will explore why time apart is essential for relationship health, how to establish boundaries around it, and the psychological and emotional benefits that come from giving each other space. We will also look at how to balance time apart with the need for emotional closeness and address some of the fears or insecurities that may arise when partners spend time away from each other. The paradox of closeness: why time apart is healthy. Desire for closeness is natural in any romantic relationship. After all, relationships thrive on shared experiences, intimacy, and emotional connection. However, there is a paradox that often goes unspoken. Too much closeness can create an unhealthy dependence, while healthy distance can actually bring people closer together in the long run. This paradox reveals that time apart is just as important as time together for maintaining balance in a relationship. 1. Fostering individual growth. One of the main reasons time apart is healthy is that it allows each partner to focus on their own personal growth. Relationships are not static. They are dynamic and evolve as individuals change and grow. By giving each other the space to pursue individual interests, goals, and passions, both partners can continue developing as individuals. This personal growth adds new dimensions to the relationship, allowing each person to bring fresh insights, experiences, and energy back into the partnership. When both partners have the opportunity to develop independently, they are less likely to fall into codependent patterns where one person relies too heavily on the other for validation, emotional support, or fulfillment. Instead, time apart fosters self-sufficiency and emotional independence, which are crucial for the long-term success of a relationship. 2. Preventing overdependence. Spending too much time together can sometimes lead to an unhealthy level of emotional or psychological dependence. While it's natural to rely on a partner for support and companionship, overdependence can stifle individuality and create feelings of suffocation or resentment. Time apart prevents partners from becoming overly relying on each other for all of their emotional needs. It allows each person to maintain their own identity and pursue interests that may not be shared with their partner. This, in turn, strengthens the relationship by creating a sense of balance and mutual respect for each other's autonomy. 3. Creating anticipation and desire. Absence, as the old adage goes, makes the heart grow fonder. When partners spend time apart, they often find that their feelings of affection and desire for one another grow stronger. Time apart creates space for longing and anticipation, which can reignite passion and excitement in the relationship. The time spent away from each other allows for reflection on the relationship itself, deepening the appreciation for the moments shared together. When partners reunite after spending time apart, there's often a renewed sense of closeness and intimacy. This dynamic can help prevent the relationship from becoming stagnant or routine. 4. Reducing conflict. Relations, even the healthiest ones, are not without conflict. Spending too much time together can sometimes magnify small issues, leading to unnecessary arguments or tension. In these cases, time apart can serve as a cooling-off period, giving both partners the space to reflect on their feelings and approach conflicts with a clearer perspective. Time apart can also help prevent overfamiliarity, which can sometimes breed irritation or impatience. By creating physical or emotional distance for a short period, partners can return to the relationship with a fresh perspective and greater emotional clarity. 1. Reaffirming the value of personal time. For many people, personal time is essential for maintaining mental health and well-being. Whether it's engaging in hobbies, spending time with friends, or simply enjoying solitude, personal time allows individuals to recharge and reconnect with themselves. In a relationship, respecting each other's need for personal time is crucial. For maintaining emotional balance, personal time doesn't detract from the relationship. It enriches it by giving each other the freedom to pursue individual interests. Partners create a more fulfilling and well-rounded relationship when both people feel valued not only as part of a couple, but also as individuals. The relationship becomes more resilient and adaptive. The psychological benefits of time apart in relationships isn't just about logistics or practicality. It has profound psychological and emotional benefits that contribute to long-term relationship satisfaction. Here are some of the key psychological benefits that time apart can offer. 1. Encouraging self-reflection. Time apart allows both partners to engage in self-reflection. Relationships can sometimes become so intertwined that it's easy to lose sight of your own needs, goals, and desires. Taking time away from the relationship gives each person the space to think about what they want out of the partnership, how they're feeling, and whether their individual needs are being met. Self-reflection is an essential part of personal growth, and it's often through moments of solitude that people gain clarity about their emotions, values, and aspiration. By taking a step back from the relationship, both partners can return with a deeper understanding of themselves and a renewed commitment to the relationship. 2. Building confidence and independence. A time apart fosters emotional independence, which is key to building a healthy relationship. When partners spend time away from each other, they learn to rely on themselves for emotional support, fulfillment, and problem solving. This independence builds confidence, allowing each person to contribute to the relationship from a place of strength rather than dependence. Confidence and independence also contribute to a sense of security in the relationship. When both partners know they can thrive independently, they're less likely to experience anxiety about the relationship's stability. This sense of security creates a stronger foundation for long-term success. 3. Reinforcing trust. Trust is one of the cornerstones of any successful relationship, and time apart can help reinforce it. When partners trust each other to spend time apart, whether it's pursuing individual hobbies, traveling for work, or spending time with friends, they demonstrate confidence in the relationship's strength. This trust is built on the understanding that both partners are committed to the relationship even when they're not physically together. Trust is further reinforced when partners respect each other's boundaries and communicate openly about their need for personal time. By allowing each other the space to explore individual interests, partners build a foundation of mutual respect and trust that strengthens the relationship over time. 4. Reducing relationship anxiety. Spending too much time together can sometimes lead to anxiety, particularly if one or both partners feel pressure to constantly meet each other's emotional needs. This can create a sense of emotional strain, where partners feel responsible for each other's happiness or well-being. Time apart reduces this anxiety by giving each partner the space to manage their own emotions and needs. It allows both people to take responsibility for their own happiness, rather than relying solely on the relationship to provide emotional fulfillment. This shift in perspective can help reduce relationship anxiety and create a more balanced, harmonious partnership. 5. Enhancing communication. Time apart can improve communication in relationships. When partners have time to reflect on their thoughts and feelings independently, they often return to the relationship with a clearer sense of what they want to communicate. This clarity can lead to more meaningful conversations and deeper emotional intimacy. Time apart also provides opportunities for new experiences, which can enrich communication. Partners who spend time pursuing individual interests bring fresh perspectives and ideas to the relationship, making conversations more engaging and dynamic. This, in turn, strengthens the emotional connection between partners. Asterisks have established healthy boundaries around time apart. While time apart is beneficial, it's important to establish clear boundaries to ensure that both partners feel comfortable and respected. Without proper boundaries, time apart can lead to misunderstandings, insecurity, or feelings of neglect. Here are some strategies for setting healthy boundaries around time apart in a relationship. 1. Communicate openly about your needs first. Step in establishing boundaries around time apart is open communication. Both partners need to express their needs for personal time in a way that is clear and respectful. This might involve discussing how much time you need for yourself, what activities you'd like to pursue independently, and how you plan to spend time apart. It's important to approach these conversations with empathy and understanding. Your partner's need for personal time may be different from your own, and that's okay. The goal is to find a balance that works for both of you, where each partner feels their needs are being met without sacrificing the emotional connection. 1. Set clear expectations. Since you've discussed your need for time apart, it's important to set clear expectations around how that time will be managed. This might include setting boundaries around communication, for example, whether you'll check in during your time apart or take a break from texting, as well as expectations around how much time will be spent apart and how you'll reconnect afterward. Clear expectations help prevent misunderstandings and ensure that both partners feel secure in the relationship. When both people know what to expect, there's less room for anxiety or insecurity to take hold. 2. Respect each other's boundaries. Respecting each other's boundaries is crucial for making time apart a positive experience. If your partner expresses a need for personal time, it's important to honor that request without taking it personally or feeling rejected. Similarly, if you need time apart, communicate that need in a way that reassures your partner that it's not a reflection of your commitment to the relationship. Respecting boundaries also means being mindful of your partner's feelings during time apart. While it's important to have personal space, it's equally important to ensure that your partner doesn't feel neglected or excluded. Balance is key. 3. Plan for reconnection. Time apart is most beneficial when it's balanced with intentional time spent reconnecting. After spending time pursuing individual interests, make a plan to reconnect as a couple. This might involve scheduling a date night, taking a weekend trip together, or simply spending an evening catching up on each other's lives. Reconnection is essential for maintaining emotional intimacy and ensuring that both partners feel valued in the relationship. By making time for reconnection, you can bring the positive energy from your time apart back into the relationship and strengthen your bond. 4. Be flexible and adaptable. Every relationship is different, and the amount of time apart that works for one couple may not work for another. It's important to remain flexible and adaptable as you navigate this aspect of your relationship. If either partner feels like they're not getting enough personal time, or if one person feels like too much time is being spent apart, be open to adjusting the boundaries as needed. Flexibility is key to maintaining a healthy balance between time together and time apart. Relationships evolve over time, and what worked in the beginning of the relationship may need to be adjusted as circumstances change. Regular check-ins can help ensure that both partners are comfortable with the amount of time spent apart and that the relationship remains strong. Addressing insecurities around time apart. While time apart can be beneficial, it's not uncommon for insecurities to arise, especially if one partner feels anxious about the other spending time away from the relationship. These insecurities might stem from fear of abandonment, jealousy, or concerns about the relationship's stability. Addressing these insecurities is crucial for making time apart a positive experience for both partners. 1. Acknowledge and validate insecurities. If you or your partner are feeling insecure about time apart, the first step is to acknowledge and validate those feelings. Insecurities are a natural part of relationships, and it's important not to dismiss or ignore them. Instead, create a safe space where both partners can express their concerns without fear of judgment or criticism. By acknowledging insecurities, you open the door for deeper communication and understanding. You may discover that your partner's insecurities stem from past experiences, personal fears, or unmet emotional needs. Once these insecurities are out in the open, you can work together to address them in a supportive and compassionate way. 1. Reaffirm your commitment to the relationship. One of the most effective ways to ease insecurities around time apart is to regularly reaffirm your commitment to the relationship. This doesn't have to be a grand gesture. It can be as simple as reminding your partner that you love them and are committed to the future of the relationship. Reassurance goes a long way in calming insecurities. When both partners feel secure in the relationship, time apart is less likely to trigger anxiety or fear. By regularly affirming your commitment, you create a sense of emotional safety that allows both partners to thrive both individually and as a couple. To work on building trust. Trust is the foundation of any healthy relationship, and it's especially important when spending time apart. If there are trust issues in the relationship, it's important to address. 1. Acknowledge and validate insecurities. If you or your partner are feeling insecure about time apart, the first step is to acknowledge and validate those feelings. Insecurities are a natural part of relationships, and it's important not to dismiss or ignore them. Instead, create a safe space where both partners can express their concerns without fear of judgment or criticism. By acknowledging insecurities, you open the door for deeper communication and understanding. You may discover that your partner's insecurities stem from past experiences, personal fears, or unmet emotional needs. Once these insecurities are out in the open, you can work together to address them in a supportive and compassionate way. 2. Reaffirm your commitment to the relationship. One of the most effective ways to ease insecurities around time apart is to regularly reaffirm your commitment to the relationship. This doesn't have to be a grand gesture. It can be as simple as reminding your partner that you love them and are committed to the future of the relationship. Reassurance goes a long way in calming insecurities. When both partners feel secure in the relationship, time apart is less likely to trigger anxiety or fear. By regularly affirming your commitment, you create a sense of emotional safety that allows both partners to thrive both individually and as a couple. 3. Work on building trust. Trust is the foundation of any healthy relationship, and it's especially important when spending time apart. If there are trust issues in the relationship, it's important to address them head-on before establishing time apart. Trust-building activities such as open communication, setting clear boundaries, and following through on commitments can help reinforce the relationship's strength. When both partners trust each other, time apart becomes an opportunity for growth rather than a source of anxiety. Trust allows both people to pursue their individual interests without fear of betrayal or abandonment, creating a more balanced and harmonious partnership. 4. Practice self-soothing techniques for individuals who struggle with anxiety or insecurity around time apart. It can be helpful to practice self-soothing techniques. These techniques can help calm the mind and reduce anxious thoughts, allowing both partners to feel more at ease with time spent apart. Self-soothing techniques might include mindfulness meditation, journaling, deep breathing exercises, or engaging in activities that bring joy and relaxation. By learning to manage anxiety independently, Individuals can feel more confident and secure in their relationship, even when spending time away from their partner. Balancing time apart with emotional closeness. While time apart is important, it's equally essential to balance it with emotional closeness. A healthy relationship requires both partners to feel emotionally connected, even when they're pursuing individual interests. Here are some strategies for balancing time apart with emotional closeness. 1. Stay connected through small gestures. 7. When spending time apart, small gestures can help maintain emotional closeness. This might involve sending a quick text to check in, leaving a thoughtful note, or calling each other at the end of the day to talk about your experiences. These small acts of connection can go a long way in maintaining the emotional bond, even when you're not physically together. Staying connected through small gestures helps reinforce the relationship's emotional foundation. It reminds both partners that, even when pursuing individual interests, they're still part of a supportive and loving partnership. 2. Prioritize quality time when reconnecting after spending time apart. It's important to prioritize quality time together, whether it's a date night, a weekend getaway, or simply an evening spent talking and catching up. Quality time helps reignite emotional intimacy and strengthens the connection between partners. Make an effort to be fully present during this time, free from distractions like phones or work obligations. By focusing on each other and creating meaningful shared experiences, you can bring the positive energy from your time apart back into the relationship. 1. Share your individual experience. Time apart often brings new experiences and insights, which can enrich the relationship. When you and your partner reconnect, take the time to share what you've learned, experienced, or reflected on during your time apart. Whether it's a new hobby you've picked up, a book you've read, or simply a personal realization, sharing these experiences deepens the emotional connection. Sharing individual experiences also fosters a sense of curiosity and interest in each other's lives, which can help keep the relationship fresh and engaging. It reminds both partners that, while they are individuals with separate interests, they are also part of a shared journey. 2. Reaffirm emotional intimacy. Emotional intimacy is the glue that holds relationships together, and it's important to regularly reaffirm this intimacy, even when spending time apart. This might involve having deeper conversations about your feelings, vulnerabilities, and desires, or simply expressing affection and appreciation for each other. Reaffirming emotional intimacy helps ensure that, even when pursuing separate interests, both partners feel emotionally connected and secure in the relationship. It creates a sense of closeness that transcends physical distance, allowing both individuals to feel supported and valued. Conclusion: the power of time apart is often seen as a threat to relationships, but in reality, it's one of the most powerful tools for fostering personal growth, emotional independence, and long-term relationship success. By embracing the importance of personal space and allowing each other the freedom to grow individually, couples can create a more balanced, resilient partnership. The key to managing time apart is finding the right balance, one that allows both partners to pursue their individual interests without losing the emotional closeness that makes the relationship strong. Through open communication, clear boundaries, and a commitment to reconnecting, time apart can become a source of strength rather than insecurity. Ultimately, time apart is not about creating distance. It's about creating space for growth, reflection, and renewal. By giving each other the gift of time both together and apart, you can build a relationship that is not only deeply connected, but also dynamic, evolving, and full of possibility. Chapter 8. When time becomes a problem in relationships. Time is a complex element in relationships. It can be both an ally and an enemy in a perfect world. Time is a resource couples use to build strong bonds, create lasting memories, and develop emotional intimacy. However, when mismanaged, time can become a significant source of tension and conflict. As life's demands intensify, the question of how to balance time spent together versus time spent apart grows increasingly difficult to answer in many relationships. Time becomes a problem when expectations are not met, when one partner feels neglected, or when external pressures create conflict over how time should be allocated. In this chapter, we will explore how time can become a problem in relationships, why it happens, and how to navigate the difficulties that arise from time-related conflicts. We will also discuss practical strategies for regaining control of time management in your relationship, fostering open communication, and prioritizing the connection between partners. Despite busy schedules, life transitions, or external obligations. Understanding why time becomes a problem before diving into solutions. It's essential to understand why time becomes an issue in relationships. The root of most time-related problems can be traced back to differences in expectations, priorities, and personal needs. Here are some common reasons why time becomes a problem. 1. Different time priorities. Every individual has their own priorities when it comes to how they spend their time. One partner may place a higher value on spending quality time together, while the other may prioritize work, hobbies, or social commitments. These differences in time priorities can create friction if they aren't discussed openly. For example, one partner may feel neglected if their significant other spends a large portion of their free time on personal interests or work. Conversely, the partner who values personal time may feel stifled if they are expected to spend all of their time with their significant other. When these priorities clash, time becomes a source of frustration and dissatisfaction. 1. Life's increasing demands. As relationships evolve, so do the demands placed on each partner. Work responsibilities, family obligations, social commitments, and personal goals can all compete for attention, leaving little time for the relationship itself. For many couples, these growing responsibilities create a sense of time scarcity, where it feels as though there are never enough hours in the day to nurture the relationship. When time becomes scarce, partners often struggle to balance their individual commitments with their shared life. The result is that the relationship may start to feel like it's falling by the wayside, leading to feelings of neglect, resentment, or emotional distance. 2. Unrealistic expectations. Unrealistic expectations about how time should be spent can also contribute to time-related problems in relationships. For example, one partner might expect to spend every evening together, while the other has a busy work schedule or social commitments. If these expectations are not aligned, one or both partners may feel disappointed, leading to frustration or conflict. Unrealistic expectations can also rise from external pressures, such as cultural norms, family influences, or societal ideals about what a perfect relationship looks like. When couples hold themselves to these unattainable standards, they may feel like they're falling short, even when they're doing their best to manage time effectively. 3. Ineffective communication. Communication about time management is one of the leading causes of time-related problems in relationships. When couples don't communicate clearly about their time needs and expectations, misunderstandings and resentment can build. One partner may feel like they're not getting enough attention, while the other may feel like they're being overly demanded of. Ineffective communication can also lead to misinterpretation of each other's actions. For example, if one partner is spending time apart to recharge, the other may interpret this as a sign of disinterest in the relationship. Without open communication, these misinterpretations can lead to unnecessary conflict and emotional distress. 4. Different needs. For personal space. Every individual has different needs. When it comes to personal space, some people thrive on constant companionship and feel fulfilled by spending large amounts of time with their partner. Others may need more time alone to recharge, reflect, or pursue personal interests. When partners have different needs for personal space, time can quickly become a source of conflict. The partner who craves closeness may feel neglected if their significant other spends too much time apart, while the partner who values solitude may feel overwhelmed by constant togetherness. Finding a balance between these needs is crucial for maintaining harmony in the relationship. 1. External pressures and obligations. Work, family, and social obligations can put a strain on the amount of time couples have spent together. For many couples, balancing these external pressures with the need for quality time in the relationship is an ongoing challenge. Job demands, family events, and social gatherings can all eat into the time that would otherwise be spent nurturing the partnership. External pressures can also create feelings of guilt or resentment. For example, one partner may feel guilty for spending time away from the relationship due to work or family commitments, while the other may resent the time spent on these external obligations. Over time, these pressures can lead to a sense of disconnection if not managed effectively. The emotional impact of time problems in relationships. Time problems don't just affect the logistical side of a relationship, they also have a profound emotional impact. When couples struggle with time management, the emotional toll can manifest in various ways, including 1. Feelings of neglect. One of the most common emotional consequences of time problems is feeling neglected. if one partner feels like they're not getting enough attention or quality time from their significant other, they may start to feel unloved or unimportant. These feelings of neglect can lead to emotional distance, resentment, and dissatisfaction in the relationship. Over time, neglect can erode the foundation of a relationship, making it difficult to maintain emotional intimacy and connection. If left unaddressed, these feelings of neglect can lead to more serious issues, such as infidelity or the desire to seek emotional fulfillment outside the relationship. 1. Frustration and resentment. When time problems persist, frustration and resentment often build. One partner may feel like they're constantly sacrificing their needs for the sake of the relationship, while the other may feel overwhelmed by expectations they can't meet. This imbalance can create a cycle of frustration, where both partners feel like they're not being heard or understood. Resentment can also develop if one partner feels like they're putting more effort into the relationship than the other. For example, if one person is consistently planning quality time together while the other is distracted by work or personal interests, feelings of unfairness and resentment can take root. 2. Insecurity and doubt. Time problems can also lead to feelings of insecurity and doubt. If one partner is spending less time in the relationship, the other may start to question their significance or worry about the future of the partnership. Insecurity can manifest as jealousy, clinginess, or constant questioning about the relationship's stability. These insecurities can be particularly damaging if they aren't addressed openly. Over time, they can erode trust and lead to misunderstandings about each other's intentions or feelings. 3. Loss of emotional intimacy. Emotional intimacy thrives on consistent connection and communication. When time becomes a problem in a relationship, emotional intimacy is often one of the first things to suffer. Partners may stop sharing their thoughts, feelings, and experiences with each other, leading to a gradual decline in emotional closeness. Without emotional intimacy, relationships can start to feel shallow or distant. The lack of meaningful connection makes it difficult to navigate challenges or conflicts, as partners may feel like they're no longer on the same page emotionally. 4. Stress and anxiety. Time-related problems in relationships can also lead to increased stress and anxiety. The constant pressure to balance work, family, and relationship commitments can leave both partners feeling overwhelmed. This stress can spill over into the relationship, causing irritability, impatience, or a sense of being stretched too thin. When stress and anxiety are left unchecked, they can lead to burnout in the relationship. Both partners may feel like they're running on empty, unable to give the relationship the attention it deserves. This emotional exhaustion can make it difficult to find joy or fulfillment in the partnership. Common time-related conflicts in relationships. Time-related conflicts can manifest in various ways, depending on the dynamics of the relationship. Here are some of the most common time-related conflicts couples face. 1. One partner feels neglected. A common time-related conflict arises when one partner feels like they're not getting enough attention or quality time from their significant other. This often happens when one person has a busy work schedule, personal commitments, or a demanding social life that leaves little room for the relationship. The partner who feels neglected may express their frustration by becoming clingy, resentful, or distant. Meanwhile, the other partner may feel overwhelmed by the demands on their time and unsure of how to meet both their personal and relationship needs. 2. Differences in social preferences. Another common conflict occurs when partners have different social preferences. For example, one person may enjoy spending time with friends or attending social events, while the other prefers quiet nights at home. These differences in how time is spent can lead to frustration, with one partner feeling neglected and the other feeling stifled. If not managed effectively, these differences can create a disconnect in the relationship. The partner who values social interaction may feel like they're being held back, while the partner who prefers solitude may feel overwhelmed by the pressure to socialize. 3. Work-life balance issues. Work-related time conflicts are one of the most common sources of tension in relationships. When one partner works long hours or has a demanding job, it can leave little time for the relationship. This imbalance often leads to feelings of neglect, frustration, and resentment. Work-life balance issues can be particularly challenging if one partner feels like their career is being prioritized over the relationship. Over time, this imbalance can create a sense of emotional distance, making it difficult to maintain intimacy and connection. 1. Conflicting schedules. can also create time-related conflicts in relationships. For example, if one partner works night shifts while the other works during the day, it can be difficult to find time to connect. These conflicting schedules can lead to feelings of isolation and disconnection, as partners may struggle to find moments of togetherness. Even when both partners have similar schedules, differences in energy levels or daily routines can create challenges. One person may be a morning person while the other prefers to stay up late. These differences can make it difficult to find time for meaningful connection. 2. External obligations, family commitments. Social obligations and personal hobbies can also create time-related conflicts in relationships. For example, one partner may feel obligated to attend family events or social gatherings, while the other prefers to spend that time together as a couple. These external pressures can create tension, especially if one partner feels like they're being pulled in too many directions. External obligations can also lead to feelings of guilt or resentment. One partner may feel guilty for spending time away from the relationship, while the other may resent the time spent on external commitments. Strategies for resolving time-related conflicts. While time-related conflicts are common in relationships, they don't have to spell the end of a partnership. With open communication, empathy, and a willingness to compromise, couples can navigate these challenges and find a balance that works for both partners. Here are some strategies for resolving time-related conflicts. 1. Communicate openly and honestly. The foundation of resolving any time-related conflict is open and honest communication. Both partners need to feel comfortable expressing their needs, desires, and frustrations without fear of judgment or criticism. It's important to create a safe space where both people can talk about how they're feeling and what they need from the relationship. When discussing time-related conflicts, it's helpful to use I statements to avoid sounding accusatory. For example, instead of saying, "You never make time for me," try saying, "I've been feeling disconnected lately and I'd love to spend more quality time together." This approach focuses on your own feelings rather than placing blame on your partner, which can lead to more productive conversations. 2. Listen with empathy. Just as important as expressing your own needs is listening to your partner's. Active listening is key to resolving time-related conflicts. When your partner talks about their time needs, whether it's needing more personal space or wanting to spend more time together, make sure to listen without interrupting or jumping to conclusions. Reflect on what they're saying and validate their feelings, even if you don't fully agree. Empathy allows both partners to feel heard and understood, which is essential for finding a compromise that works for both people. 3. Set realistic expectations. Unrealistic expectations about how time should be spent can lead to disappointment and frustration. It's important to set realistic expectations based on your schedules, commitments, and personal needs. Be honest with each other about what's possible and work together to create a plan that balances your relationship with your individual responsibilities. Setting realistic expectations also means being flexible and adaptable. There will be times when work, family, or other obligations take priority, and that's okay. The key is to communicate openly about these demands and make adjustments as needed. 4. Create a time management plan if time-related conflicts persist. It may be helpful to create a formal time management plan. This plan could involve setting aside specific times for quality time together, personal time, and external commitments. Having a plan in place helps ensure that both partners' needs are met while also reducing the likelihood of conflicts. A time management plan should be flexible and adaptable, allowing for changes as needed. The goal is not to rigidly adhere to a schedule, but to create a framework that supports both partners' needs for connection and independence. 1. Prioritize quality time. In the midst of busy schedules and competing obligations, it's easy for quality time to fall by the wayside. However, prioritizing quality time is essential for maintaining a healthy relationship. Whether it's scheduling regular date nights, taking weekend getaways, or simply setting aside time each day to connect, making time for each other should be a top priority. Quality time doesn't have to be extravagant or expensive. It's about being fully present and engaged with each other, free from distractions like phones, work, or social media. By prioritizing quality time, couples can strengthen their emotional bond and maintain a sense of intimacy, even in the midst of busy lives. 2. Respect each other's need for personal time. While quality time is important, so is personal time. Each partner needs the freedom to pursue their own interests, hobbies, and friendships without feeling guilty or as if they're neglecting the relationship. Respecting each other's need for personal time is essential for maintaining balance and preventing feelings of suffocation or overwhelm. Personal time allows individuals to recharge and reflect, which ultimately benefits the relationship. By giving each other space to grow independently, couples can bring new energy and experiences back into the partnership. How to prevent time from becoming a problem while time-related conflicts are common. They don't have to be inevitable. By being proactive about time management, couples can prevent time from becoming a source of tension in their relationship. Here are some strategies for preventing time from becoming a problem. 1. Make time for regular check-ins. One of the best ways to prevent time-related conflicts is to have regular check-ins with your partner. These check-ins provide an opportunity to discuss how you're feeling about the balance of time in the relationship. Are you spending enough quality time together? Are you both getting enough personal time? Are there any upcoming commitments that need to be discussed? Regular check-ins help prevent small frustrations from turning into bigger issues. By creating a space for open dialogue, couples can address any concerns early on and make adjustments as needed. 2. Be flexible and adaptable. Life is constantly changing, and so are the demands on your time. Whether it's a busy period at work, a family obligation, or a personal goal that requires extra attention, there will be times when the balance between personal time and shared time shifts. It's important to remain flexible and adaptable in these moments, rather than rigidly adhering to a schedule or set expectations. Be open to adjusting your time management as needed. The key is to remain communicative and responsive to each other's needs as they evolve over time. 3. Set boundaries around work and social obligations. Work and social commitments can often encroach on relationship time, especially in a world that values productivity and constant connectivity. It's important to set clear boundaries around these obligations to protect your relationship from being overshadowed by outside demands. This might involve setting tech-free hours, where both partners agree to disconnect from phones, emails, and social media to focus on each other. It could also mean setting limits on how many nights per week are dedicated to social events or work commitments, ensuring that there is enough time left for the relationship. 4. Prioritize each other. Ultimately, the best way to prevent time from becoming a problem is to prioritize each other. Relationships require consistent effort and attention, and both partners need to feel like they're a priority in each other's lives, whether it's through small gestures of love, regular quality time, or simply checking in with each other throughout the day. Prioritizing your partner helps ensure that time is being managed in a way that supports the relationship. Conclusion. Navigating time challenges in relationships. Time management in relationships is both an art and a science. It requires open communication, empathy, flexibility, and a commitment to balancing personal needs with the needs of the partnership. While time-related conflicts are common, they don't have to derail the relationship. With the right strategies, couples can navigate these challenges, find a balance that works for both partners, and build a relationship that thrives even in the midst of busy lives. Ultimately, time is one of the most valuable resources you can give to your partner. By investing time in your relationship through quality time together, personal growth, and effective communication, you can build a relationship that not only survives, but flourishes over time. Chapter 9. When time becomes an issue in relationships. How to speed things up naturally in every relationship. There comes a point where it's time to move forward, whether that means transitioning from casual dating to exclusivity, deciding to moving together, or making a long-term commitment like marriage. However, not every relationship progresses at the same pace, and one of the most common sources of frustration is when one partner feels ready to take the next step, while the other is hesitant or content with the status quo. In these moments, time becomes an issue, and the relationship can stagnate if not handled thoughtfully. This chapter focuses on the dynamics of speeding up a relationship naturally, rather than forcing progress, which can lead to conflict and emotional distance. We'll explore strategies for accelerating the pace of a relationship in a healthy, organic way. We'll cover how to recognize when it's time to move forward, how to have open conversations about the future, and how to maintain balance while building momentum toward deeper commitment. Recognizing when it's time to speed things up. First step in moving a relationship forward is recognizing when it's time to accelerate its progression. Timing in relationships is not always clear-cut. What feels like the right time for one partner may not be the same for the other. However, There are certain signs that indicate it might be time to take the next step. 1. Emotional readiness. Emotional readiness is a key indicator that it's time to move forward. When both partners feel secure in their relationship, trust each other deeply, and have built a foundation of open communication, it's often a sign that the relationship is ready to progress to the next level. Emotional readiness doesn't mean that all doubts or fears are gone, but it does mean that both individuals are willing to work through challenges together and are committed to a shared future. Emotional readiness is also about mutual growth. If both partners have grown together emotionally, facing life's ups and downs as a team, it may be time to consider making a deeper commitment. This could mean discussing long-term goals, making plans for the future, or simply acknowledging that you're ready to take the next step in your relationship. To stagnation or plateau. When a relationship reaches a point of stagnation or plateau, it's often a sign that it's time to move forward. Stagnation can feel like being stuck in the same place, where the relationship isn't progressing despite a desire for growth. This can manifest as boredom, frustration, or even a sense of emotional distance between partners. If both partners are happy with the current state of the relationship, there's no rush to change things. However, if one or both people feel like they're ready for something more, whether it's exclusivity, moving in together, or a deeper emotional connection, it may be time to initiate a conversation about the future. 3. Clear goals for the future. Having clear, shared goals for the future is another sign that it's time to speed things up in the relationship. If both partners have discussed their long-term plans and have a similar vision for where the relationship is headed, it's a good indication that they're ready to move forward. This might include talking about marriage, starting a family, or making significant life decisions together. When both partners are aligned in their goals, it creates a sense of forward momentum. This alignment helps reduce the anxiety that often accompanies the idea of moving forward, as both people feel confident in the relationship's direction and are excited about what's to come. For consistency in behavior and communication, relationships that are characterized by consistent behavior and open communication are often ready to take the next step. Consistency builds trust and emotional security, allowing both partners to feel comfortable being vulnerable and expressing their needs. If both individuals are showing up consistently for each other, emotionally, physically, and mentally, it's a strong sign that the relationship is on solid ground and ready for progression. Inconsistent behavior, on the other hand, can create uncertainty and hesitation about the future. If one partner is sending mixed signals or frequently pulling away, it may be a sign that the relationship isn't ready to move forward just yet. Consistency fosters trust, and trust is essential for making big decisions together. Asterisk. 5. External milestones. External milestones, such as reaching a significant anniversary, moving to a new city, or achieving personal goals, can also signal that it's time to move forward in a relationship. These milestones often mark transitions in life that naturally lend themselves to reevaluating the relationship's trajectory. For example, if you've been dating for several years and have established a strong foundation, a milestone anniversary may prompt discussions about marriage or long-term commitment. Similarly, life changes like finishing school, starting a new job, or moving in together often create opportunities to discuss the future of the relationship. These external factors can act as natural catalysts for progress, providing the perfect opportunity to have conversations about what's next. How to have open conversations about the future. You've recognized that it's time to move forward. The next step is having an open, honest conversation with your partner about the future. These conversations can be intimidating, especially if you're unsure of how your partner will respond. However, open communication is essential for ensuring that both partners are on the same page and that the relationship is moving forward in a way that feels comfortable for both people. Asterisk. Here are some strategies for having productive conversations about the future. 1. Choose the right time. Timing is crucial. When it comes to discussing the future of your relationship, bringing up the topic too early can create unnecessary pressure, while waiting too long could lead to frustration or feelings of stagnation. The key is to find a time when both you and your partner are in a calm, relaxed state of mind, free from distractions or stress. Avoid bringing up important conversations during moments of tension or conflict, as this can lead to defensiveness or misunderstandings. Instead, choose a moment when you're both feeling connected and open to discussing the future. This might be during a quiet evening together, a weekend getaway, or simply a time when you're both emotionally available for a deeper conversation. 2. Be clear about your intentions in initiating a conversation about the future. It's important to be clear about your intentions. Are you ready to move in together? Are you considering marriage? Do you want to talk about long-term goals like starting a family or buying a home? Being upfront about what you want from the conversation helps set the tone and ensures that both partners are on the same page. For example, you might say, "I've been thinking a lot about where our relationship is headed, and I'd love to talk about what the future looks like for us." This kind of clear, direct communication opens the door for an honest conversation without putting your partner on the defensive. 3. Listen to their response once you've shared your thoughts and feelings. It's equally important to listen to your partner's response. They may be fully on board with moving forward, or they may need more time to think about the future. Whatever their response, it's important to approach the conversation with empathy and understanding. If your partner expresses hesitation or uncertainty, ask them to explain their feelings. Are they unsure about the timing? Do they have concerns about the relationship's direction? By understanding their perspective, you can work together to address any concerns and find a way forward that feels comfortable for both of you. 4. Respect their boundaries. If your partner isn't ready to move forward, it's important to respect their boundaries. Pressuring them to take the next step before they're ready can lead to resentment and emotional distance. Instead, give them the space and time they need to process their feelings and make a decision that feels right for them. However, it's also important to be clear about your own boundaries and needs. If you're feeling frustrated by the lack of progress in the relationship, express those feelings openly and honestly. It's okay to have different timelines, but it's essential to communicate your expectations and find a compromise that works for both partners. 5. Stay open to ongoing conversations. Conversations about the future are one-time events. As the relationship progresses, it's important to continue checking in with each other about how you're feeling and whether your goals are still aligned. These ongoing conversations help ensure that both partners are moving forward together and that any concerns or hesitations are addressed before they become larger issues. Staying open to ongoing dialogue also allows the relationship to evolve naturally. As life changes and new experiences shape your relationship, your goals and desires may shift. Regularly discussing the future helps both partners stay connected and aligned as the relationship grows. Building momentum in a relationship. Once you've had an open conversation about the future, the next step is building momentum in the relationship. Momentum is the forward motion that keeps a relationship progressing toward deeper commitment and emotional intimacy. Without momentum, relationships can stagnate, leading to frustration or feelings of disconnection. Here are some strategies for building momentum naturally. 1. Set small, achievable goals. One of the best ways to build momentum in a relationship is to set small, achievable goals. These goals can be as simple as planning regular date nights, taking a weekend trip together, or discussing short-term plans like attending a wedding or holiday event as a couple. Setting these smaller goals helps create a sense of forward motion without overwhelming either partner. As you achieve these goals together, you'll build confidence in your ability to navigate life as a team. This, in turn, creates a foundation of trust and emotional security that makes it easier to tackle larger milestones, such as moving in together or discussing long-term commitment. 2. Celebrate milestones together. Celebrating milestones, both big and small, is another way to build momentum in a relationship. Whether it's celebrating an anniversary, achieving a shared goal, or simply recognizing the growth you've experienced as a couple, these moments of celebration help reinforce the bond between you and create positive associations with moving forward. Milestones don't have to be traditional events like anniversaries or holidays. They can be personal achievements, such as completing a major project at work, finishing a course of study, or reaching a fitness goal. By celebrating each other's successes and accomplishments, you create a sense of shared joy and pride that strengthens your connection. 3. Plan for the future. Planning for the future is an essential part of building momentum in a relationship. Whether it's discussing where you want to live, how you'll manage finances, or what your long-term goals are, planning for the future helps create a sense of direction and purpose. These discussions don't have to be serious or overwhelming. They can be as simple as dreaming about future vacations or talking about the kind of home you'd like to have someday. By making future plans together, you reinforce the idea that you're building a life as a team. This forward-thinking mindset creates a sense of excitement and anticipation, which fuels momentum and keeps the relationship moving in a positive direction. 4. Prioritize emotional intimacy. Emotional intimacy is the glue that holds relationships together, and it's essential for building momentum. When partners feel emotionally connected, they're more likely to want to deepen their commitment to each other. Prioritizing emotional intimacy involves making time for meaningful conversations, being vulnerable with each other, and consistently showing up for your partner in both small and significant ways. One way to prioritize emotional intimacy is by setting aside time for regular check-ins, where you talk about how you're feeling, what's been on your mind, and how you're experiencing the relationship. These check-ins help maintain open communication and ensure that both partners feel heard and understood. 5. Be patient with the process. Building momentum in a relationship doesn't happen overnight. It takes time, effort, and patience to move forward in a healthy, organic way. While it's natural to want to speed things up, it's important to recognize that rushing the process can lead to emotional burnout or unresolved issues. Instead, focus on enjoying the journey and celebrating the small moments of progress along the way. Patience also means being willing to work through challenges and setbacks as they arise. No relationship is perfect, and there will inevitably be bumps in the road. By approaching these challenges with patience and a commitment to growth, you can navigate them together and continue building momentum toward a stronger, more fulfilling relationship. Avoiding the pitfalls of rushing a relationship while building momentum is important. It's equally essential to avoid the pitfalls of rushing a relationship. Moving too quickly can lead to emotional exhaustion, unmet expectations, and even the eventual breakdown of the relationship. Here are some common pitfalls to avoid when trying to speed things up. 1. Forcing progress. One of the most common mistakes people make when trying to speed up a relationship is forcing progress. This can happen when one partner pushes the other to take the next step before they're ready, whether it's becoming exclusive, moving in together, or discussing marriage. Forcing progress often leads to resentment, as the partner who feels pressured may begin to pull away or feel emotionally overwhelmed. Instead of forcing progress, focus on building a relationship that progresses naturally. When both partners feel emotionally secure and confident in the relationship, they'll be more likely to move forward together at a pace that feels right for both of them. 2. Ignoring red flags. Another pitfall of rushing a relationship is ignoring red flags. In the excitement of wanting to move forward, it's easy to overlook signs that the relationship may not be as healthy or stable as it seems. Whether it's inconsistent behavior, unresolved conflicts, or fundamental differences in values, red flags should never be ignored, even when you're eager to take the next step. If you notice red flags in the relationship, it's important to address them openly and honestly with your partner. By having difficult conversations early on, you can work through these issues together and ensure that the relationship is on solid ground before moving forward. 3. Setting unrealistic expectations. Setting unrealistic expectations for how quickly the relationship should progress is another common pitfall. Every relationship moves at its own pace, and there's no right timeline for taking the next step. Comparing your relationship to others or feeling pressured to meet societal expectations can lead to disappointment and frustration. Instead of focusing on external timelines, prioritize the unique needs and dynamics of your relationship. Progress should be based on mutual emotional readiness and a shared vision for the future, not on arbitrary deadlines or comparisons to other couples. 4. Neglecting personal growth. In the rush to move a relationship forward, it's easy to lose sight of your own personal growth and individual needs. However, neglecting personal growth can lead to emotional burnout and dissatisfaction in the long run. It's important to maintain a healthy balance between your relationship and your individual goals, passions, and interests. By continuing to pursue your personal growth, you bring new energy, insights, and experiences into the relationship. This not only enriches the partnership, but also ensures that both partners are growing together as individuals, rather than becoming overly dependent on the relationship for fulfillment. 5. Skipping important conversations. Rushing a relationship can also lead to skipping important conversations about the future, whether it's discussing finances, family planning, or long-term goals. These conversations are essential for building a strong foundation. Skipping them in an attempt to move forward quickly can lead to misunderstandings and unmet expectations later on. Instead of avoiding difficult conversations, embrace them as an opportunity to deepen your connection and ensure that both partners are aligned in their vision for the future. These discussions may be uncomfortable at times, but they're crucial for creating a relationship that can stand the test of time. When to know if it's time to slow down while. This chapter focuses on building momentum in a relationship. It's important to recognize when it's time to slow down. Relationships aren't always linear, and there may be moments when both partners need to pause and reflect before moving forward. Here are some signs that it may be time to slow down. Asterisk. 1. One partner feels overwhelmed. If one partner is feeling overwhelmed by the pace of the relationship, it's important to respect their need for space and time. Pushing them to move forward before they're ready can lead to emotional exhaustion or even a breakdown in communication. Slowing down allows both partners to process their feelings and ensures that any decisions are made from a place of emotional security. 2. Unresolved conflicts. If there are unresolved conflicts or issues in the relationship, it's important to address them before moving forward. Ignoring these problems in an attempt to speed up the relationship can lead to larger issues down the line. Slowing down gives both partners the time they need to work through challenges and strengthen the foundation of their relationship. 3. Changes in life circumstance. Life changes such as starting a new job, moving to a new city, or going through a personal transition can impact the pace of a relationship. If one or both partners are navigating significant life changes, it may be necessary to slow down and focus on adapting to these new circumstances before taking the next step in the relationship. 4. Feelings of doubt or uncertainty. If either partner is feeling doubt or uncertainty about the future of the relationship, it's important to slow down and explore those feelings before moving forward. Doubt is a natural part of any relationship, but it's essential to address it openly and honestly. Slowing down allows both partners to reflect on their feelings and ensure that they're making decisions that align with their long-term goals and desires. Conclusion: moving forward with confidence. Moving a relationship forward is an exciting and sometimes challenging process, whether you're transitioning from casual dating to exclusivity, discussing long-term commitment, or taking the next step in your partnership. It's important to approach the process with patience, empathy, and open communication. By recognizing when it's time to move forward, having honest conversations about the future, and building momentum naturally, you can create a relationship that grows stronger with each passing day. Ultimately, the key to speeding up a relationship in a healthy way is to prioritize emotional intimacy, respect each other's boundaries, and celebrate the small moments of progress along the way. With these strategies, you can build a relationship that is not only fulfilling in the present, but also built to last for the future. Chapter 10. When time becomes an issue in relationships. Navigating time-related conflicts. Time is a precious commodity in every relationship. How partners manage their time, whether it's together or apart, can have a profound impact on the success of the relationship. While time management may seem like a mundane or logistical issue, in reality, it touches on deeper emotional aspects of the relationship, such as intimacy, trust, and communication. When time becomes a source of tension, it can lead to misunderstandings, frustration, and resentment, making it difficult for the relationship to thrive. In this chapter, we will explore how time can become a source of conflict in relationships, the common challenges couples face when it comes to time management, and strategies for navigating these conflicts in a healthy and constructive way. By understanding the root causes of time-related issues and learning to communicate effectively about time, couples can overcome these challenges and build stronger, more resilient relationships. Why time becomes an issue in relationships. At the core of many relationship conflicts is the issue of time. How partners allocate and prioritize their time can either strengthen or weaken their bond. Here are some of the most common reasons why time becomes a problem in relationships. 1. Different expectations around time. Every individual has their own expectations about how time should be spent in a relationship. These expectations are shaped by personal values, past experiences, cultural influences, and individual needs. One partner may expect to spend most of their free time together, while the other may value personal space and independence. When these expectations clash, it can lead to conflict. For example, a partner who desires constant companionship may feel neglected if the other partner spends too much time on work, hobbies, or with friends. Conversely, the partner who values personal space may feel suffocated by constant togetherness. Without clear communication, these differing expectations can lead to feelings of resentment and dissatisfaction. 2. Time scarcity and competing priorities in today's fast-paced world. Time often feels like a scarce resource. Many couples struggle to balance the demands of work, family, social obligations, and personal interests with their relationship. When time is limited, it can be challenging to prioritize the relationship while also meeting other responsibilities. For example, one partner may have a demanding job that requires long hours, leaving little time for the relationship. Another partner may feel overwhelmed by family obligations, such as caring for children or elderly parents, which can strain the time available for emotional intimacy and connection. The pressure to juggle competing priorities can create tension and lead to feelings of neglect or frustration. 3. Unmet emotional needs. Time management in relationships is not just about logistics. It's also about meeting emotional needs. When one partner feels that they are not receiving enough quality time, it can trigger feelings of rejection, loneliness, or insecurity. These unmet emotional needs can manifest as frustration, resentment, or withdrawal. For example, if a partner feels like they're not getting enough attention, they may become irritable or start distancing themselves emotionally. This, in turn, can create a cycle of disconnection, where both partners feel increasingly distant from each other, despite their best efforts to make the relationship work out for. Miscommunication about time. Miscommunication is another common reason why time becomes a source of conflict in relationships. Partners may have different understandings of what quality time means, or may fail to express their time-related needs clearly. Without clear communication, one partner may feel like they're making an effort to spend time together, while the other feels neglected or undervalued. For instance, one partner might assume that spending time together watching TV counts as quality time, while the other longs for deeper, more meaningful conversations. These differences in perception can lead to misunderstandings and feelings of disconnect if they are not addressed. 5. Changes in life circumstance. Life is constantly evolving, and changes in circumstances can have a significant impact on how couples manage their time. For example, starting a new job, moving to a new city, or becoming parents can drastically alter the amount of time couples have for each other. These transitions can create stress and strain in the relationship as partners struggle to adapt to new routines and responsibilities. In some cases, these changes can lead to a temporary imbalance in time allocation, where one partner feels neglected or overwhelmed by the demands of the relationship. If these issues are not addressed, they can create long-term tension and dissatisfaction. The emotional impact of time-related conflicts. Time-related conflicts don't just affect the logistical aspects of a relationship, they also have deep emotional implications. When couples struggle with time management, the emotional toll can be significant, leading to feelings of neglect, frustration, and insecurity. 1. Feelings of neglect and loneliness. One of the most common emotional consequences of time-related conflicts is feeling neglected or lonely. When one partner feels like they're not getting enough attention, they may start to feel unimportant or unloved. This sense of neglect can lead to emotional withdrawal, where the partner who feels neglected pulls away from the relationship in an attempt to protect themselves from further hurt. Over time, this emotional distance can erode the foundation of the relationship, making it difficult to maintain intimacy and connection. If left unresolved, these feelings of neglect can lead to more serious issues, such as infidelity or the desire to seek emotional fulfillment outside the relationship. To frustration and resentment. Time-related conflicts often result in frustration and resentment. One partner may feel like they're constantly compromising their needs or sacrificing their time for the sake of the relationship, while the other may feel overwhelmed by the demands being placed on them. This imbalance can create a sense of unfairness, leading to resentment and emotional burnout. For example, if one partner is always responsible for planning quality time together while the other is preoccupied with work or personal commitments, the partner who is making the effort may start to feel taken for granted. Over time, this frustration can build, leading to conflicts and emotional distance. 3. Insecurity and anxiety. Time-related conflicts can also trigger feelings of insecurity and anxiety. If one partner feels like their significant other is not making time for them, they may begin to question the strength of the relationship or worry about its future. These insecurities can manifest as jealousy, clinginess, or constant questioning about the relationship's stability. Insecurity can be particularly damaging if it's not addressed openly. Over time, It can lead to a breakdown in trust and communication, making it difficult for both partners to feel secure and confident in the relationship. 4. Loss of emotional intimacy. Emotional intimacy is built on consistent connection and communication. When time becomes a source of conflict, emotional intimacy is often one of the first things to suffer. Partners may stop sharing their thoughts and feelings with each other, leading to a gradual decline in emotional closeness. Without emotional intimacy, relationships can start to feel distant or disconnected. The lack of meaningful connection makes it difficult to navigate challenges or conflicts, as partners may feel like they're no longer on the same emotional wavelength. 5. Stress and burnout. Time-related conflicts can also contribute to stress and burnout, particularly when partners feel like they're constantly juggling competing demands. The pressure to balance work, family, social obligations, and relationship needs can leave both partners feeling exhausted and emotionally drained. This stress can spill over into the relationship, causing irritability, impatience, and a sense of being overwhelmed. When stress and burnout are left unchecked, they can lead to emotional exhaustion, making it difficult for partners to give the relationship the attention it needs. This emotional fatigue can create a cycle of disconnection, where both partners feel like they're running on empty. Common time-related conflicts in relationships. Time-related conflicts can manifest in various ways, depending on the dynamics of the relationship and the unique needs of each partner. Here are some of the most common time-related conflicts couples face. 1. One partner feels neglected. A common time-related conflict arises when one partner feels like they're not getting enough attention or quality time from their significant other. This often happens when one person has a demanding job, personal commitments, or a busy social life that leaves little room for the relationship. The partner who feels neglected may express their frustration through irritability, withdrawal, or clinginess. Meanwhile, the other partner may feel overwhelmed by the demands on their time and unsure of how to meet both their personal and relationship needs. 2. Differences in social preferences. Another common conflict occurs when partners have different social preferences. For example, one person may enjoy spending time with friends or attending social events, while the other prefers quiet nights at home. These differences in how time is spent can lead to frustration, with one partner feeling neglected and the other feeling stifled. If not managed effectively, these differences can create a disconnect in the relationship. The partner who values social interaction may feel like they're being held back, while the partner who prefers solitude may feel overwhelmed by the pressure to socialize. 3. Work-life balance issues. Work-related time conflicts are one of the most common sources of tension in relationships. When one partner works long hours or has a demanding job, it can leave little time for the relationship. This imbalance often leads to feelings of neglect, frustration, and resentment. Work-life balance issues can be particularly challenging if one partner feels like their career is being prioritized over the relationship. Over time, this imbalance can create a sense of emotional distance, making it difficult to maintain intimacy and connection. 4. Conflicting schedules can also create time-related conflicts in relationships. For example, if one partner works night shifts while the other works during the day, it can be difficult to find time to connect. These conflicting schedules can lead to feelings of isolation and disconnection, as partners may struggle to find moments of togetherness. Even when both partners have similar schedules, differences in energy levels or daily routines can create challenges. One person may be a morning person, while the other prefers to stay up late. These differences can make it difficult to find time for meaningful connection. 5. External obligations. Family commitments, social obligations, and personal hobbies can also create time-related conflicts in relationships. For example, one partner may feel obligated to attend family events or social gatherings, while the other prefers to spend that time together as a couple. These external pressures can create tension, especially if one partner feels like they're being pulled in too many directions. External obligations can also lead to feelings of guilt or resentment. One partner may feel guilty for spending time away from the relationship, while the other may resent the time spent on external commitments. Strategies for resolving time-related conflicts. While time-related conflicts are common in relationships, they don't have to be a source of ongoing tension. With open communication, empathy, and a willingness to compromise, couples can navigate these challenges and find a balance that works for both partners. Here are some strategies for resolving time-related conflicts. 1. Communicate openly, and Hannah's foundation of resolving any time-related conflict is open. In honest communication, both partners need to feel comfortable expressing their needs, desires, and frustrations without fear of judgment or criticism. It's important to create a safe space where both people can talk about how they're feeling and what they need from the relationship. When discussing time-related conflicts, it's helpful to use I statements to avoid sounding accusatory. For example, instead of saying, "You never make time for me," try saying, "I've been feeling disconnected lately and I'd love to spend more quality time together." This approach focuses on your own feelings rather than placing blame on your partner, which can lead to more productive conversations. 2. Listen with empathy. Just as important as expressing your own needs is listening to your partner's. Active listening is key to resolving time-related conflicts. When your partner talks about their time needs, whether it's needing more personal space or wanting to spend more time together, make sure to listen without interrupting or jumping to conclusions. Reflect on what they're saying and validate their feelings, even if you don't fully agree. Empathy allows both partners to feel heard and understood, which is essential for finding a compromise that works for both people. 3. Set realistic expectations. Unrealistic expectations about how time should be spent can lead to disappointment and frustration. It's important to set realistic expectations based on your schedules, commitments, and personal needs. Be honest with each other about what's possible and work together to create a plan that balances your relationship with your individual responsibilities. Setting realistic expectations also means being flexible and adaptable. There will be times when work, family, or other obligations take priority, and that's okay. The key is to communicate openly about these demands and make adjustments as needed. 4. Create a time management plan if time-related conflicts persist. It may be helpful to create a formal time management plan. This plan could involve setting aside specific times for quality time together, personal time, and external commitments. Having a plan in place helps ensure that both partners' needs are met while also reducing the likelihood of conflicts. A time management plan should be flexible and adaptable, allowing for changes as needed. The goal is not to rigidly adhere to a schedule, but to create a framework that supports both partners' needs for connection and independence. 5. Prioritize quality time. In the midst of busy schedules and competing obligations, it's easy for quality time to fall by the wayside. However, prioritizing quality time is essential for maintaining a healthy relationship. Whether it's scheduling regular date nights, taking weekend getaways, or simply setting aside time each day to connect, making time for each other should be a top priority. Quality time doesn't have to be extravagant or expensive. It's about being fully present and engaged with each other, free from distractions like phones, work, or social media. By prioritizing quality time, couples can strengthen their emotional bond and maintain a sense of intimacy, even in the midst of busy lives. 6. Respect each other's need for personal time. While quality time is important, so is personal time. Each partner needs the freedom to pursue their own interests, hobbies, and friendships without feeling guilty or as if they're neglecting the relationship. Respecting each other's need for personal time is essential for maintaining balance and preventing feelings of suffocation or overwhelm. Personal time allows individuals to recharge and reflect, which ultimately benefits the relationship. By giving each other space to grow independently, couples can bring new energy and experiences back into the partnership, preventing time-related conflicts. While time-related conflicts are common, they don't have to be inevitable. By being proactive about time management and communication, couples can prevent time from becoming a source of tension in their relationship. Here are some strategies for preventing time-related conflicts. 1. Make time for regular check-ins. One of the best ways to prevent time-related conflicts is to have regular check-ins with your partner. These check-ins provide an opportunity to discuss how you're feeling about the balance of time in the relationship. Are you spending enough quality time together? Are you both getting enough personal time? Are there any upcoming commitments that need to be discussed? Regular check-ins help prevent small frustrations from turning into bigger issues. By creating a space for open dialogue, couples can address any concerns early on and make adjustments as needed. 2. Be flexible and adaptable. Life is constantly changing, and so are the demands on your time. Whether it's a busy period at work, a family obligation, or a personal goal that requires extra attention, there will be times when the balance between personal time and shared time shifts. It's important to remain flexible and adaptable. In these moments, rather than rigidly adhering to a schedule or set expectations, be open to adjusting your time management as needed. The key is to remain communicative and responsive to each other's needs as they evolve over time. 3. Set boundaries around work and social obligations. Work and social commitments can often encroach on relationship time, especially in a world that values productivity and constant connectivity. It's important to set clear boundaries around these obligations to protect your relationship from being overshadowed by outside demands. This might involve setting tech-free hours, where both partners agree to disconnect from phones, emails, and social media to focus on each other. It could also mean setting limits on how many nights per week are dedicated to social events or work commitments, ensuring that there is enough time left for the relationship. 4. Prioritize each other. Ultimately, the best way to prevent time from becoming a problem is to prioritize each other. Relationships require consistent effort and attention, and both partners need to feel like they're a priority in each other's lives, whether it's through small gestures of love, regular quality time, or simply checking in with each other throughout the day. Prioritizing your partner helps ensure that time is being managed in a way that supports the relationship. Conclusion. Navigating time challenges in relationships. Time management in relationships is both an art and a science. It requires open communication, empathy, flexibility, and a commitment to balancing personal needs with the needs of the partnership. While time-related conflicts are common, they don't have to derail the relationship. With the right strategies, couples can navigate these challenges, find a balance that works for both partners, and build a relationship that thrives even in the midst of busy lives. Ultimately, time is one of the most valuable resources you can give to your partner. By investing time in your relationship through quality time together, personal growth, and effective communication, you can build a relationship that not only survives, but flourishes over time. Chapter 11. Patience and its role in relationships. The power of waiting in love in our fast-paced, instant gratification world. The idea of patience often feels outdated, whether it's waiting for a response to a text message or building a long-term relationship. Patience can seem like a challenge, especially when it comes to love. However, patience is one of the most essential qualities for sustaining a successful, healthy, and lasting relationship. It allows couples to navigate challenges, build trust, and develop deeper emotional intimacy over time. In this chapter, we will explore the importance of patience in relationships, how it serves as the foundation for long-term commitment, and how it strengthens the bond between partners. We will also examine practical ways to cultivate patience, both individually and as a couple, and how patience can help you navigate the inevitable ups and downs of a relationship. The importance of patience in relationships. Patience is often described as the ability to tolerate delays, problems, or suffering without becoming angry or upset. In relationships, patience means giving both yourself and your partner the time and space to grow, learn, and evolve together. It involves understanding that love and trust aren't built overnight. They take time, effort, and perseverance. 1. Building emotional intimacy, the deep connection that comes from being open, honest, and vulnerable with one another doesn't happen instantly. It takes time to build and deepen this kind of connection. Patience allows couples to gradually get to know each other's strengths, weaknesses, fears, and desires without rushing or forcing emotional closeness. In the early stages of a relationship, the excitement of new love can make it tempting to rush into deeper emotional bonds. However, true emotional intimacy requires time. Being patient with each other allows both partners to feel comfortable opening up and sharing their true selves at a pace that feels right. It also creates a safe space for vulnerability, which is key to building long-term trust. 2. Allowing personal growth. One of the most important aspects of patience in relationships is allowing space for personal growth, both for yourself and your partner. No one enters a relationship as a finished product. We are all constantly evolving, whether it's learning how to communicate better, overcoming personal insecurities, or achieving career goals. Individual growth takes time. Patience in a relationship means accepting that both you and your partner are works in progress. There will be times when one of you may need to focus more on personal development, whether it's through self-reflection, therapy, or career ambitions. Being patient with each other during these periods of growth helps ensure that the relationship evolves along with both individuals, rather than becoming stagnant or strained by unmet expectations. 3. Developing trust. Trust is the cornerstone of any successful relationship. And like emotional intimacy, it takes time to develop. Trust isn't something that can be rushed. It's built through consistent actions, honesty, and mutual respect over time. Patience is essential in the process of establishing trust because it requires allowing your partner to prove their reliability and commitment without constantly testing or doubting them. In situations where trust has been broken, patience becomes even more important. Rebuilding trust after a betrayal or misunderstanding requires time, forgiveness, and open communication. Being patient with the process allows both partners to work through their emotions and gradually restore the trust that was lost. 4. Managing conflict and disagreements. Every relationship will encounter conflicts and disagreements is a natural part of being in a partnership. However, how couples handle these conflicts can make or break the relationship. Patience plays a crucial role in managing conflict, as it allows both partners to approach disagreements with a calm, measured attitude rather than reacting impulsively. When conflicts arise, patience helps prevent emotional escalation. Instead of immediately jumping to conclusions or reacting out of frustration, patience allows you to take a step back, listen to your partner's perspective, and approach the issue with empathy and understanding. This creates a healthier dynamic for resolving conflicts and strengthens the relationship over time. 5. Balance in life's demands. Relationships don't exist in a vacuum. They are impacted by the demands and pressures of daily life, whether it's work, family obligations, or personal challenges. External factors can put a strain on the time and energy couples have to devote to each other. Patience helps couples navigate these challenges by recognizing that not every moment in the relationship will be perfect or easy. For example, during times of stress, one partner may need more emotional support than the other, or there may be periods when quality time together is limited due to work or family commitments. Patience allows couples to understand that these phases are temporary and that the relationship can weather the storm as long as both partners remain committed to each other. The power of waiting. Why patience strengthens relationships. Waiting, when done with intention and purpose, can be a powerful tool for strengthening relationships. While waiting is often associated with passivity or inaction, in the context of a relationship, waiting with patience can actually be an active and positive force. Here's why. 1. Patience cultivates resilience. Their relations are filled with highs and lows, from moments of deep connection and joy to periods of frustration and uncertainty. Patience helps couples develop resilience, which is the ability to withstand and recover from these challenges. When both partners approach difficulties with patience, they are more likely to work through problems rather than giving up or walking away. Resilience is built over time through shared experiences, both good and bad. By being patient with each other during tough times, couples can develop a stronger, more resilient bond that can withstand the inevitable challenges that life throws their way. Point 2. It fosters a deeper understanding of each other. Waiting patiently for your partner to grow, change, or overcome personal challenges allows you to develop a deeper understanding of who they are as a person. Instead of rushing them to meet your expectations or trying to change them, patience gives you the opportunity to appreciate their journey and support them as they navigate life's complexities. This deeper understanding leads to greater empathy and compassion within the relationship. When you are patient with your partner, you show them that you respect their process and are willing to stand by them, even when things aren't perfect. This kind of emotional support strengthens the connection between partners and fosters long-term commitment. 3. It encourages emotional maturity. Patience is closely linked to emotional maturity, which is essential for a healthy relationship. Emotional maturity involves being able to regulate your emotions, communicate effectively, and navigate conflicts with grace and understanding. Patience helps you develop these qualities by teaching you to manage frustration, disappointment, and uncertainty without reacting impulsively. When both partners cultivate patience, they are better equipped to handle the emotional ups and downs of a relationship. Instead of letting anger or frustration dictate their actions, they can approach difficult situations with a calm, thoughtful attitude. This leads to more productive conversations, healthier conflict resolution, and a stronger emotional bond. 4. It prevents relationship burnout. In relationships, there can be a tendency to rush through milestones or expect immediate gratification. However, this kind of impatience can lead to relationship burnout, where both partners feel emotionally exhausted or disconnected from each other. Patience helps prevent burnout by allowing the relationship to unfold at a natural, sustainable pace, rather than trying to force progress. Patience encourages couples to enjoy each stage of the relationship as it comes. This not only prevents feelings of overwhelm, but also allows both partners to fully appreciate the growth and development of their bond over time. 5. It creates space for long-term commitment. Patience is essential for long-term commitment because it allows couples to navigate the complexities of life together without feeling pressured to make hasty decisions. When both partners are patient, they can take the time to assess their compatibility, work through challenges, and build a strong foundation for the future. Long-term commitment requires a deep level of trust, understanding, and emotional connection, all of which take time to develop. Patience ensures that both partners are moving forward at a pace that feels comfortable and sustainable, rather than rushing into decisions that may not be right for the relationship in the long run. Practical ways to cultivate patience in a relationship. While patience is a valuable quality, it's not always easy to practice, especially when emotions are running high or when external pressures create stress. However, patience can be cultivated with practice and intention. Here are some practical ways to develop patience in your relationship. 1. Practice mindfulness. Mindfulness is the practice of being present in the moment without judgment. By focusing on the present, rather than worrying about the future or dwelling on the past, mindfulness can help you develop patience in your relationship. When you are mindful, you are more likely to approach your partner with empathy, understanding, and a sense of calm, even during challenging moments. One way to practice mindfulness is through meditation or deep breathing exercises. These techniques help you become more aware of your thoughts and emotions, allowing you to respond to your partner with patience rather than reacting impulsively. To communicate openly and honestly. Open communication is key to cultivating patience. In a relationship, when both partners feel heard and understood, they are less likely to become frustrated or impatient with each other. Take the time to listen to your partner's needs, concerns, and emotions without interrupting or jumping to conclusions. If you're feeling impatient or frustrated, communicate those feelings openly with your partner in a constructive way. For example, instead of saying, "Why can't you figure this out?" try saying, "I'm feeling a little impatient because I'm not sure how long this will take, but I want to support you." This kind of communication fosters understanding and helps both partners navigate difficult situations with patience and compassion. 3. Set realistic expectations. Patience is often tested when expectations aren't met. In relationships, it's important to set realistic expectations for both yourself and your partner. Unrealistic expectations can lead to frustration and disappointment, making it difficult to remain patient. For example, if your partner is working on a personal goal or going through a challenging time, it's important to understand that progress may be slow or non-linear. Instead of expecting immediate results, set realistic timelines and be flexible with your expectations. This allows both partners to feel supported rather than pressured. 4. Focus on the long-term perspective. Patience is easier to cultivate when you focus on the long-term perspective of your relationship, instead of getting caught up in short-term frustrations. Remind yourself of the bigger picture: why you're in the relationship, what you love about your partner, and the long-term goals you're working toward together. Focusing on the long-term perspective helps you maintain patience during difficult moments. By reminding you that challenges are a normal part of any relationship, it also allows you to approach problems with a sense of calm and confidence, knowing that your relationship is built on a strong foundation of trust and commitment. 5. Practice self-compassion. Being patient with yourself is just as important as being patient with your partner. Relationships can bring out insecurities, doubts, and personal challenges that take time to work through. Practicing self-compassion means giving yourself the grace to grow and evolve without judgment or self-criticism. If you're feeling impatient with yourself, whether it's because you're struggling with personal growth, making mistakes in the relationship, or feeling unsure about your next steps, remind yourself that it's okay to take time to figure things out. Self-compassion allows you to approach your relationship from a place of self-acceptance, which ultimately leads to greater emotional resilience and patience with your partner. The role of patience in different stages of a relationship. Patience plays a vital role in every stage of a relationship, from the early days of dating to long-term commitment and beyond. Understanding how patience evolves over time can help couples navigate the unique challenges of each stage with grace and confidence. 1. Early stages of dating. In the early stages of dating, patience is key to building a strong foundation for the relationship. It can be tempting to rush into exclusivity or make quick decisions about the future, but patience allows both partners to get to know each other at a deeper level without feeling pressured. During this stage, it's important to be patient with the process of discovering each other's values, interests, and compatibility. Instead of focusing on reaching relationship milestones as quickly as possible, take the time to enjoy the journey of getting to know your partner. Patience in the early stages helps build trust and emotional intimacy, which are essential for long-term success. 2. Transitioning to exclusivity as a relationship becomes more serious. Patience is necessary for navigating the transition to exclusivity. This stage often brings up questions about commitment, trust, and long-term goals. Patience allows both partners to have open, honest conversations about their needs and desires without feeling rushed into decisions. If one partner is hesitant about committing to exclusivity, patience is especially important. Giving them the time and space to work through their feelings shows respect for their emotional process and ensures that both partners are entering into the commitment from a place of confidence and mutual understanding. 3. Long-term commitment. In long-term committed relationships, patience is essential for navigating life's ups and downs. Whether it's dealing with external stressors like work or family obligations, managing conflicts, or supporting each other through personal challenges, patience helps couples stay connected and resilient over the long haul. Long-term relationships require patience because they are constantly evolving. As both partners grow and change, there will be moments of uncertainty or tension. Patience allows couples to approach these challenges with empathy and understanding, knowing that the relationship is built on a foundation of trust and love. 4. Rebuilding after conflict or betrayal. Patience is particularly important when rebuilding a relationship after conflict or betrayal. Whether it's a disagreement, a breach of trust, or a significant challenge, healing takes time. Patience allows both partners to work through their emotions, rebuild trust, and find a path forward together. In these situations, it's important to be patient with the process of healing. Rushing forgiveness or expecting immediate resolution can create more tension. Instead, focus on open communication, empathy, and a commitment to rebuilding the relationship over time. 5. Navigating life transitions. Modern life transitions, such as moving in together, starting a family, or dealing with illness, require a great deal of patience. These transitions often bring new challenges, responsibilities, and stressors that can impact the relationship. Patience during life transitions allows couples to navigate these changes with flexibility and understanding, whether it's adjusting to a new living arrangement, supporting each other through career changes, or dealing with family dynamics. Patience ensures that both partners feel supported and valued during times of change. Conclusion: the transformative power of patience. Patience is one of the most transformative qualities in any relationship. It allows couples to grow together, build trust, and navigate the inevitable challenges of life with grace and understanding. While it's not always easy to practice patience, the rewards are immense: stronger emotional intimacy, deeper connection, and a relationship that is built to last. By cultivating patience, both individually and as a couple, you create a space where love can flourish. Instead of rushing through the process of building a life together, patience allows you to enjoy each moment, support each other's growth, and build a relationship that stands the test of time. Chapter 12. Using time to build trust. The role of consistency, communication, and transparency in every relationship. Trust forms the cornerstone of emotional connection, security, and long-term success. Without trust, relationships can feel unstable, leading to emotional distance, insecurity, and frequent conflict. But trust isn't something that appears overnight. It's earned over time through consistency, open communication, transparency, and mutual respect. In this chapter, we will explore how time can be used to build trust in relationships. We'll dive into how consistent behavior, clear communication, and transparency foster trust, and why patience plays a key role in developing that trust over time. Furthermore, we will discuss practical strategies for strengthening trust and addressing trust issues when they arise, ensuring that your relationship is built on a foundation of reliability and emotional safety. The importance of trust in relationships is one of the most crucial elements of any healthy relationship. It is the belief that your partner has your best interest at heart, that they are reliable, and that they will act with honesty and integrity. Trust creates a sense of emotional safety, allowing both partners to be vulnerable, share their innermost thoughts, and express their true selves without fear of betrayal or judgment. Without trust, relationships can become fraught with insecurity, jealousy, and constant doubt. When trust is absent or damaged, even minor issues can escalate into major conflicts, and the emotional intimacy that forms the core of a strong partnership is difficult to sustain. Therefore, building and maintaining trust should be a priority in any relationship, and this process requires time and effort from both partners. How time builds trust in relationships. Building trust in a relationship is not a one-time event. It's an ongoing process that develops gradually over time. The longer a couple is together, the more opportunities they have to demonstrate reliability, transparency, and emotional commitment. Time plays a vital role in this process because it allows partners to observe each other's behavior, intentions, and actions consistently, which in turn builds confidence in the relationship. 1. Consistency over time. One of the most important ways that time builds trust is through consistency. Consistent behavior, whether it's showing up on time, following through on promises, or offering emotional support, demonstrates reliability. When a partner consistently acts in a trustworthy manner, it reassures the other that they can depend on them in both small and significant ways. Over time, this consistency builds a sense of security in the relationship. For example, if your partner consistently communicates with you when they are going to be late, you begin to trust that they will keep you informed rather than leaving you guessing. This creates an environment where both partners feel safe, knowing that they can rely on each other. 2. Demonstrating commitment. Time also allows partners to demonstrate their commitment to the relationship. While verbal declarations of love and loyalty are important, actions speak louder than words. Over the course of a relationship, both partners have opportunities to show their commitment through actions that align with their words. Commitment is demonstrated through things like making sacrifices for each other, supporting each other's goals, and working through conflicts together. When partners consistently demonstrate their commitment over time, it builds trust by reinforcing the idea that they are in the relationship for the long haul, no matter what challenges arise. 3. Learning each other's boundaries. Trust also develops as partners learn and respect each other's boundaries over time. In the early stages of a relationship, there may be uncertainties about what makes each person feel comfortable or uncomfortable. With time, couples come to understand each other's emotional, physical, and personal boundaries more deeply. By consistently respecting those boundaries, partners demonstrate that they can be trusted to honor each other's needs. This understanding builds emotional safety, as both people know that their boundaries will be acknowledged and respected, fostering a deeper sense of trust in the relationship. For repairing mistakes and rebuilding trust, time is also a critical factor in repairing and rebuilding trust after it has been damaged. Whether it's a minor misunderstanding or a more serious breach of trust, such as infidelity, the process of rebuilding trust takes time, patience, and effort from both partners. Rebuilding trust involves demonstrating change and consistency over a prolonged period. For example, if one partner has broken a promise or acted dishonestly, they need to consistently show, through their actions, that they are committed to regaining trust. The process requires both partners to be patient, communicate openly, and remain committed to repairing the relationship. The role of communication in building trust. Effective communication is fundamental to building trust in relationships. Without open and honest communication, misunderstandings can fester, leading to distrust and emotional distance. Clear communication helps partners express their needs, concerns, and feelings while also ensuring that they understand each other's expectations and intentions. 1. Transparency and openness. One of the most important aspects of communication in building trust is transparency. Being open and honest with your partner about your thoughts, feelings, and actions helps prevent misunderstandings and builds trust over time. Transparency means sharing information freely, without withholding important details or engaging in deception. For example, if you're feeling overwhelmed by work stress, sharing that with your partner rather than hiding it allows them to understand your emotional state and offer support. When both partners are transparent, it fosters an environment of openness where trust can flourish. Similarly, transparency about past relationships, current friendships, or any lingering emotional baggage allows partners to develop a deeper understanding of each other's emotional landscape. This openness prevents surprises or shocks that could damage trust later in the relationship. 2. Addressing concerns early. One of the most effective ways to prevent trust from eroding is to address concerns or issues as soon as they arise, whether it's a minor misunderstanding or a larger conflict. Bringing up concerns early allows both partners to work through the issue before it becomes a bigger problem. Addressing concerns early also demonstrates respect for the relationship. It shows that both partners are invested in maintaining a healthy dynamic and are willing to confront difficult conversations in order to strengthen their bond. This proactive approach fosters trust by ensuring that issues don't fester or create emotional distance. 3. Active listening. Trust-building communication isn't just about speaking openly, it's also about listening actively. Active listening involves fully engaging with your partner when they speak, without interrupting or jumping to conclusions. It means showing empathy and understanding for their point of view, even if you don't necessarily agree with it. When partners practice active listening, it demonstrates that they value each other's perspectives and are committed to understanding each other on a deeper level. This mutual respect builds trust by showing that both partners are willing to invest time and effort into the relationship's emotional well-being. 4. Sharing vulnerability. Stewing is a key component of trust. Sharing your fears, insecurities, and emotional struggles with your partner requires a deep level of trust, as it involves exposing your most sensitive and private thoughts. When both partners are willing to be vulnerable, it creates a sense of emotional intimacy that strengthens the trust between them. Vulnerability is a reciprocal process. When one partner opens up, it often encourages the other to do the same. Over time, this mutual sharing of vulnerabilities fosters a deep emotional connection, allowing both partners to trust each other with their most intimate thoughts and feelings. The role of transparency in strengthening trust. Transparency is one of the most powerful tools for building and maintaining trust in relationships. While honesty is often seen as the foundation of trust, transparency takes it a step further by ensuring that there are no hidden agendas, secrets, or withheld information that could later cause issues in the relationship. In other words, transparency is about creating a culture of openness where both partners feel comfortable sharing all aspects of their lives. 1. Being honest about intentions and feelings. Transparent means being upfront about your intentions and feelings at all times. For example, if you're unsure about the direction of the relationship, it's important to share that uncertainty with your partner rather than hiding it. Similarly, if you're feeling frustrated or disconnected, expressing those emotions openly rather than bottling them up helps prevent misunderstandings and ensures that both partners are on the same page. Honesty about feelings also extends to positive emotions. Sharing feelings of love, appreciation, and gratitude on a regular basis helps reinforce the trust between partners by showing that the emotional connection is strong and secure. To avoiding secretive behavior, even if it seems harmless, can erode trust over time. For example, hiding friendships, withholding information about personal activities, or concealing financial details can create a sense of unease in the relationship. While every individual has the right to privacy, there is a distinction between privacy and secrecy in a trusting relationship. Partners are open about their lives without feeling the need to hide important information. Transparency also involves being forthcoming about past experiences that may impact the relationship. For example, if one partner has a history of trust issues or emotional trauma, sharing that information early on helps create a foundation of understanding and trust. 3. Consistent and clear communication. Isn't just about sharing information, it's about communicating clearly and consistently. For example, if one partner is going through a period of emotional stress or personal growth, they should communicate how this may affect the relationship, rather than allowing their partner to wonder or speculate. Consistency in communication helps prevent misunderstandings and creates a sense of reliability. When partners know that they can expect clear and open communication from each other, they are more likely to feel secure in the relationship. 4. Being transparent about boundaries. Transparency also involves being clear about personal boundaries. Each partner in a relationship has different emotional, physical, and personal boundaries, and being transparent about these boundaries helps ensure that they are respected. For example, if one partner needs alone time to recharge after a stressful day, communicating that need openly helps prevent misunderstandings. Being transparent about boundaries ensures that both partners feel comfortable and respected in the relationship, which is essential for building trust. Practical strategies for strengthening trust over time. While trust builds naturally over time, There are specific strategies couples can use to strengthen and maintain trust in their relationship. These strategies involve both day-to-day actions and long-term habits that reinforce the bond between partners. 1. Follow through on promises. One of the most fundamental ways to build trust is by consistently following through on promises. Whether it's a small promise to call when you're running late or a larger commitment to support your partner during a challenging time, honoring your word shows that you are reliable and trustworthy. Consistently following through on promises builds a sense of security in the relationship. It reassures your partner that they can depend on you, both in small everyday moments and during significant life events. Point 2. Show up during difficult times. Trust is often tested during difficult times. Whether it's a personal crisis, a major life transition, or a period of conflict in the relationship, showing up for your partner during these moments, offering emotional support, and being present when things get tough demonstrates that you are committed to the relationship's long-term success. Being there for each other during difficult times reinforces the trust that you can rely on each other no matter what challenges arise. It also strengthens the emotional bond as both partners feel supported and understood during vulnerable moments. 3. Admit mistakes and take responsibility. One is perfect, and mistakes are inevitable in any relationship. However, what matters most is how those mistakes are handled. Admitting mistakes, taking responsibility for them, and working to make amends are essential steps in maintaining trust. Avoiding blame, making excuses, or hiding mistakes only damages trust and creates emotional distance. When a mistake occurs, acknowledging it openly and discussing how to move forward together demonstrates accountability and respect for the relationship. It also shows that both partners are committed to growing and learning from their mistakes, which strengthens trust over time. For practice, patience and forgiveness. Trust building is a process that requires patience and forgiveness. There will be times when trust is tested, and it's important to approach these moments with empathy and understanding rather than frustration or anger. Practicing patience allows both partners to work through trust issues at their own pace, ensuring that the process of rebuilding trust is genuine and lasting. Forgiveness is also a key component of trust building. Holding on to grudges or past mistakes can prevent trust from fully being restored. By practicing forgiveness and focusing on moving forward together, couples can rebuild trust and strengthen their relationship over time. 5. Create rituals of connection. Rituals of connection, whether it's a daily check-in, weekly date nights, or regular acts of kindness, help reinforce trust by creating a sense of consistency and emotional safety. These rituals provide opportunities for both partners to show up for each other in meaningful ways, demonstrating their commitment to the relationship. By creating regular opportunities for connection, couples build a stronger emotional foundation and maintain the trust that forms the core of a healthy relationship. Rebuilding trust after it has been broken, or building trust after it has been broken, is one of the most challenging aspects of any relationship. Whether the trust was broken due to infidelity, dishonesty, or emotional betrayal, the process of rebuilding requires time, effort, and a genuine commitment from both partners. 1. Acknowledging the breach of trust. First step in rebuilding trust is acknowledging that it has been broken. This involves taking responsibility for the actions that led to the breach of trust and being honest about the impact those actions have had on the relationship. Avoiding blame or minimizing the severity of the breach will only delay the healing process. Acknowledging the breach also means listening to your partner's feelings and validating their experience, allowing them to express their hurt, anger, or disappointment without becoming defensive creates an environment where healing can begin. To open and honest communication. Rebuild trust requires open and honest communication at every step of the process. Both partners need to be transparent about their feelings, concerns, and expectations moving forward. This may involve difficult conversations about how the trust was broken, what led to the breach, and how both partners can work together to rebuild the relationship. Honest communication also means setting clear boundaries and expectations for how the relationship will move forward. For example, if trust was broken due to infidelity, both partners may need to establish new boundaries around communication with others, or agree on ways to rebuild emotional intimacy. 3. Consistent actions. Over time, rebuilding trust is not something that happens overnight. It requires consistent actions over time. The partner who broke the trust needs to demonstrate through their behavior that they are committed to regaining trust and repairing the relationship. This means being transparent, following through on promises, and showing genuine remorse for their actions for the partner who was hurt. Rebuilding trust also requires patience and a willingness to forgive. It's important to recognize that rebuilding trust takes time, and that both partners need to be committed to the process. 4. Seeking professional help in some cases. Rebuilding trust may require professional help. Couples therapy can provide a safe space for both partners to work through their emotions, communicate openly, and develop strategies for moving forward. A therapist can help guide the conversation, offer tools for rebuilding trust, and support both partners as they navigate the healing process. Seeking professional help is particularly important if the breach of trust has led to deep emotional wounds or if both partners are struggling to communicate effectively. Therapy can provide the structure and support needed to rebuild trust in a healthy and sustainable way. Conclusion: time, trust, and the foundation of lasting love. Trust is the foundation of any strong, healthy, and lasting relationship, and building that trust takes time. By consistently demonstrating reliability, practicing open communication, and being transparent with each other, couples can use time to strengthen their bond and deepen their emotional connection. Trust is not built in a day, it's earned through actions, shared experiences, and mutual respect over the course of a relationship. Even when trust is broken, it can be rebuilt with time, patience, and a genuine commitment from both partners. While the process may be challenging, the rewards are immense. A relationship that is stronger, more resilient, and built on a foundation of trust that can withstand life's inevitable challenges. As you continue to invest time in your relationship, remember that trust is both a gift and a responsibility. By consistently showing up for each other, communicating openly, and honoring your commitment to the relationship, you can build a love that not only survives but thrives over time. Chapter 13: Knowing the right time to commit, signs, strategies, and navigating major relationship milestones. Commitment is one of the most significant and sometimes daunting milestones in any relationship. It involves more than simply deciding to be exclusive or moving in together. It's about making a conscious decision to invest in the future of the relationship and to be emotionally, mentally, and physically present for your partner in the long run. However, knowing when the right time to commit can be challenging. Is your relationship ready for a deeper level of commitment? Are you moving at a pace that feels right for both partners? In this chapter, we will explore the concept of commitment in relationships and how to recognize the signs that both you and your partner are ready to take that next step. We'll also look at strategies for discussing and navigating major relationship milestones such as exclusivity, cohabitation, engagement, and marriage, and how to handle the doubts and fears that often come with these decisions. What does commitment really mean? Before diving into the signs and strategies for commitment, it's important to understand what commitment truly entails. Commitment in a relationship isn't just about deciding to stay together. It's about making a long-term, conscious choice to invest in the growth and well-being of both your partner and the relationship itself. It means that both partners are willing to weather life's ups and downs together, supporting each other through challenges and celebrating each other's successes. Commitment involves trust, emotional intimacy, and a shared vision for the future. It requires both partners to prioritize the relationship, even when other aspects of life such as work, personal goals, or social obligations compete for their attention. True commitment is about choosing each other every day and making decisions that align with your shared values, goals, and desires. Signs that you're ready for commitment. Deciding when to commit is a deeply personal process that depends on many factors, including the emotional maturity of both partners, the stability of the relationship, and the compatibility of each person's long-term goals. While every relationship is different, there are certain signs that indicate when both partners are ready for a deeper level of commitment. 1. Emotional security and trust. Trust is one of the cornerstones of any committed relationship. If both you and your partner trust each other completely and feel emotionally secure in the relationship, it's a strong indication that you're ready to take the next step. Emotional security means that both partners feel safe being vulnerable with each other, knowing that their feelings, fears, and desires will be respected and valued. If your relationship is built on trust, honesty, and openness, and both partners are willing to communicate openly about their emotions, it's a sign that the foundation for a committed relationship is already in place. 2. Shared values and goals. Commitment is about building a future together, and for that future to be successful, It's important that both partners share similar values and goals. This doesn't mean that you need to agree on everything, but it does mean that your long-term visions for the relationship are aligned. For example, if you both want to eventually get married, have children, or prioritize your careers in similar ways, this shared vision strengthens your relationship's foundation. Having open conversations about your future goals, whether it's about finances, family, or personal growth, helps ensure that you're both moving in the same direction. 3. Consistent communication. Healthy communication is another key indicator that you're ready for commitment. In a committed relationship, both partners need to be able to express their thoughts, feelings, and concerns without fear of judgment or misunderstanding. If you and your partner are consistently able to discuss difficult topics, resolve conflicts, and navigate disagreements with mutual respect and empathy, it's a sign that your relationship is ready for a deeper level of commitment. Consistent communication also means checking in with each other about the relationship itself, whether it's discussing how you're feeling, sharing your goals for the future, or talking about any insecurities or doubts that may arise. For emotional and physical intimacy, intimacy goes beyond physical attraction. It encompasses emotional closeness, vulnerability, and connection. If you and your partner have developed a deep emotional bond where both of you feel safe sharing your innermost thoughts, fears, and desires, it's a strong indication that your relationship is ready for commitment. Emotional intimacy allows both partners to feel connected on a deeper level, knowing that they can rely on each other for support, love, and understanding. Physical intimacy, while important, is just one aspect of this connection. True commitment is built on a foundation of emotional closeness and mutual respect. 5. Conflict resolution skills. So relationships encounter conflict, but how couples handle those conflicts is a major indicator of whether they're ready for commitment. Partners who are able to navigate disagreements with patience, understanding, and compromise are more likely to build a successful, long-term relationship. If you and your partner are able to work through challenges together without resorting to blame or defensiveness, it's a sign that you have the emotional tools needed to sustain a committed relationship. Conflict resolution skills are essential for navigating the ups and downs of life together, ensuring that both partners feel heard, respected, and valued. 6. Willingness to compromise. A commitment requires compromise. Both partners need to be willing to make sacrifices for the sake of the relationship, whether it's adjusting to each other's schedules, accommodating personal preferences, or navigating major life decisions together. If both you and your partner are willing to compromise and make decisions that prioritize the relationship, it's a sign that you're ready for a deeper level of commitment. Compromise doesn't mean sacrificing your individuality or personal goals, but it does mean finding a balance that allows both partners to thrive in the relationship while supporting each other's growth and happiness. 7. A strong support system. While relationships are built between the people, having a strong support system of family, friends, and loved ones can also indicate readiness for commitment. A healthy relationship doesn't exist in isolation. Both partners should feel supported by their external networks, which can provide guidance, encouragement, and perspective. If both you and your partner have strong relationships with friends and family who support your partnership, it's a sign that you're building a relationship with a strong foundation. This support system can also provide a buffer during challenging times, helping both partners navigate major life transitions with confidence and security. The role of timing and complementing plays a crucial role in commitment. Even when a relationship is filled with love, trust, and compatibility, both partners may not be ready to commit at the same time. It's important to recognize that rushing into commitment can lead to emotional burnout, while waiting too long may create frustration or uncertainty. Here are some factors to consider when thinking about the right timing for commitment. 1. Personal growth and readiness. Your partner needs to feel personally ready for commitment before taking the next step. This means being emotionally mature, self-aware, and confident in your ability to contribute to the relationship in a meaningful way. If one or both partners are still working through personal challenges, such as overcoming past traumas, achieving career goals, or developing self-confidence, it may not be the right time to commit. Personal growth and readiness are essential for long-term commitment because they ensure that both partners are entering the relationship from a place of strength rather than emotional dependence. It's important to give each other the time and space to grow individually before committing to a shared future. 2. External life circumstances can impact the timing of commitment. For example, one partner may be going through a major life transition, such as starting a new job, moving to a different city, or dealing with family responsibilities. These transitions can create stress and uncertainty, making it difficult to focus on the relationship. If external circumstances are putting a strain on the relationship, it may be wise to wait until both partners feel more stable before committing. Rushing into commitment during a time of upheaval can create additional stress, while waiting allows both partners to enter the next phase of the relationship with clarity and confidence. 3. The pace of the relationship moves at its own pace, and it's important to respect that pace rather than comparing your relationship to others. Some couples may feel ready to commit after a few months of dating, while others may need several years to feel comfortable taking the next step. The key is to ensure that both partners are moving forward at a pace that feels right for them. If one partner is ready to commit while the other is hesitant, it's important to have open, honest conversations about why that hesitancy exists. Is it due to fear of commitment, past relationship trauma, or simply needing more time to feel confident in the relationship? Understanding each other's timelines helps ensure that both partners are on the same page and moving toward commitment at a pace that feels comfortable. How to navigate major relationship milestones. Throughout the course of a relationship, couples will encounter various milestones that signify deeper levels of commitment. These milestones often bring with them excitement, but they can also be accompanied by doubts, fears, and uncertainty. Knowing how to navigate these major relationship milestones with confidence and clarity is essential for building a lasting, fulfilling partnership. Here are some strategies for discussing and navigating major relationship milestones. 1. Exclusivity. One of the first major milestones in any relationship is the decision to become exclusive. This means committing to each other as partners and agreeing not to pursue romantic relationships with other people. While exclusivity may seem like a natural progression in a relationship, it's important to have a clear conversation about what it means to both partners. When discussing exclusivity, ask each other questions like, "Oh, what does exclusivity mean to you?" "Oh, how do we define commitment at this stage of our relationship?" "Oh, are we both ready to prioritize each other emotionally and physically?" These conversations help ensure that both partners are on the same page and that the decision to become exclusive is mutually understood and respected. Moving in together is a major relationship milestone that signifies a deeper level of commitment. It involves not only sharing physical space, but also navigating the logistics of daily life together, whether it's managing finances, dividing household responsibilities, or setting personal boundaries. Before moving in together, it's important to have honest conversations about what living together will look like. Some questions to consider include, "Oh, how will we divide household chores and responsibilities?" "Oh, how will we manage our finances, including rent, bills, and groceries?" "Oh, what are our personal space and privacy needs, and how will we respect each other's boundaries?" Moving in together requires both partners to be flexible, communicative, and willing to compromise. By setting clear expectations and boundaries ahead of time, couples can ensure that the transition is smooth and that both partners feel comfortable and supported in their new living arrangement. 3. Engagement is a significant milestone that represents a formal commitment to marriage or a long-term partnership. It's often seen as a public declaration of love and commitment, but it also brings with it a new set of challenges and responsibilities. Before getting engaged, it's important to have deep, honest conversations about what marriage means to both partners. Some topics to discuss include, "Oh, how do we define marriage? And what are our expectations for this next stage of our relationship?" "Oh, what are our long-term goals for the future, including family, career, and personal growth?" "Oh, how will we handle challenges such as financial, stress, family dynamics, or major life transitions?" Engagement is a time for reflection, planning, and preparation for the future. By discussing these important topics ahead of time, couples can ensure that they are entering into the next stage of their relationship with a clear understanding of each other's needs and expectations. 4. Marriage is often seen as the ultimate expression of commitment, but it's also a lifelong partnership that requires ongoing effort, communication, and mutual support. While the wedding itself may be a joyous occasion, it's the years that follow that truly define the success of the marriage. To prepare for marriage, It's important to discuss practical and emotional topics, including, well, how will we handle finances as a married couple? Will we combine bank accounts or keep them separate? Or what are our expectations for work-life balance, especially if we plan to have children or pursue demanding careers? Or how will we support each other's personal growth and ensure that both partners have the freedom to pursue their individual goals? Marriage is a journey that evolves over time, and it's important for both partners to remain flexible, communicative, and supportive as they navigate the challenges and joys that come with a lifelong commitment. Addressing doubts and fears about commitment. Even when a relationship feels strong and secure, it's natural to have doubts or fears about commitment. These doubts don't necessarily mean that something is wrong with the relationship. Rather, they are often a reflection of the complexities of love and partnership. It's important to address these doubts and fears openly and honestly, rather than letting them fester. Here are some common doubts and fears about commitment and strategies for addressing them. Asterisk 1. Fear of losing independency. One of the most common fears about commitment is the worry that it will result in a loss of independence. Many people fear that committing to a long-term relationship will mean sacrificing their personal freedom, goals, or identity. To address this fear, it's important to have open conversations about how both partners can maintain their individuality within the relationship. Discuss how you can support each other's personal goals and interests, and create space for personal growth within the context of the relationship. Commitment doesn't mean giving up your independence. It means finding a balance between individual freedom and shared partnership. The fear of the unknown. Commitment often involves stepping into the unknown, whether it's moving in together, getting married, or starting a family. The uncertainty of the future can create anxiety, as both partners may wonder whether they are making the right decisions or whether the relationship will withstand life's challenges. To address this fear, it's important to focus on the present moment and the strengths of your relationship. While it's natural to have concerns about the future, remind each other of the love, trust, and emotional connection that have brought you to this point. By focusing on the positive aspects of your relationship, you can build confidence in your ability to navigate the unknown together. 3. Fear of repeating past mistakes. For individuals who have experienced heartbreak or betrayal in the past, the fear of repeating those mistakes can create hesitation around commitment. It's common to worry that the same patterns or issues will arise in a new relationship, leading to disappointment or emotional pain. To address this fear, it's important to recognize that every relationship is unique. While past experiences may shape your perspective, they don't define your future. Open communication, trust, and emotional vulnerability are key to building a new foundation in your current relationship. By addressing your past fears with your partner and working together to avoid repeating negative patterns, you can create a healthy, fulfilling partnership. 4. Fear of being hurt. The fear of being hurt is a natural part of any relationship. Committing to another person involves opening yourself up to vulnerability, and with that vulnerability comes the risk of emotional pain. However, it's important to remember that vulnerability is also what allows for deep emotional intimacy and connection. To address this fear, focus on building trust and emotional security in the relationship. Trust is built over time through consistent actions and open communication. By creating a safe space for vulnerability, both partners can feel confident in the relationship and reduce the fear of being hurt. Conclusion: the power of commitment and the role of time. Commitment is one of the most powerful expressions of love, but it requires time, effort, and emotional investment from both partners. Knowing when the right time to commit depends on a variety of factors, including emotional readiness, trust, shared values, and communication. By recognizing the signs that you're ready for commitment and navigating major relationship milestones with care and understanding, you can build a partnership that is both fulfilling and lasting. Time plays a crucial role in the process of commitment. It allows both partners to grow together, build trust, and develop a deeper emotional connection. By giving each other the time and space to navigate the complexities of love and partnership, you can create a relationship that is built on a foundation of trust, respect, and mutual support. Commitment is not a destination, it's a journey. As you continue to invest time and energy into your relationship, remember that the process of commitment is ongoing, requiring both partners to show up for each other every day. By prioritizing love, communication, and emotional intimacy, you can build a relationship that stands the test of time, creating a future filled with joy, growth, and shared experiences. Chapter 14, Measuring the Success of Time in a Relationship. Evaluating progress and navigating growth in any relationship. Time is one of the most valuable resources couples have. As relationships evolve, time shapes the connection between partners, allowing them to grow individually and together. But how can we measure the success of time in a relationship? How do we know if the time we've invested is bringing us closer to our partner, or if there are areas that need attention and improvement? In this final chapter, we will explore how to evaluate the progress of your relationship over time, how to identify key indicators of growth, and how to navigate the challenges and opportunities that come with long-term partnership. We'll look at ways to assess emotional intimacy, communication, trust, and shared goals, while also providing practical strategies for ensuring that the time you invest in your relationship leads to deeper connection and fulfillment. Ultimately, the success of a relationship is not measured by how much time you spend together, but by the quality of that time and how it helps you grow as individuals and as a couple. The importance of time in relationships. Time is the backdrop against which relationships unfold. From the excitement of early dating to the deep emotional bonds that develop in long-term partnerships, time allows for growth, trust, and understanding. However, time itself doesn't guarantee a successful relationship. What matters is how time is used and whether it contributes to the emotional health and stability of the relationship. Here are some reasons why time is so important in relationships. 1. Time builds emotional intimacy. Emotional intimacy is the foundation of any strong relationship. It takes time to develop. Through shared experiences, meaningful conversations, and moments of vulnerability, couples gradually build the kind of deep emotional connection that sustains a relationship over the long term. Time allows both partners to open up, learn about each other's inner worlds, and form a bond that is based on trust, empathy, and mutual understanding. Time fosters trust and security. Trust doesn't happen overnight. It's built through consistent actions, honesty, and reliability over time. As couples spend more time together, they have the opportunity to demonstrate their trustworthiness by being there for each other during both good times and difficult moments. Time allows partners to prove that they are committed to the relationship and that they can rely on each other for emotional and practical support. 3. Time reveals compatibility and growth. One of the most important aspects of a long-term relationship is compatibility. While chemistry and attraction may spark a connection in the early stages, it's only over time that couples discover whether they are truly compatible in terms of values, goals, and lifestyle choices. Time also reveals how both partners grow and change, allowing them to determine whether they are evolving in ways that align with each other's aspiration. 4. Time allows for conflict resolution. A relationship is without conflict, and how couples navigate disagreements is a key factor in long-term success. Time gives partners the opportunity to learn each other's conflict styles, develop healthy ways of resolving disagreements, and build the kind of resilience that allows them to weather challenges together. As couples spend more time together, they learn how to communicate effectively, compromise, and move forward after conflicts. 5. Time provides perspective. Time provides perspective on the relationship, allowing both partners to reflect on their journey together. Over time, couples gain a clearer understanding of what makes their relationship work, what challenges they've overcome, and how they've grown both individually and as a couple. This perspective helps partners appreciate the effort they've invested in the relationship and gives them the confidence to continue building a future together. How to evaluate progress in a relationship. Evaluates the progress of a relationship over time is essential for ensuring that both partners feel fulfilled, valued, and connected. While every relationship is different, there are certain key areas that can help you assess whether your relationship is growing in a healthy and positive direction. Here are some indicators to help you measure the success of time in your relationship. 1. Emotional intimacy. One of the most important ways to measure progress in a relationship is by evaluating emotional intimacy. Emotional intimacy is the ability to share your thoughts, feelings, and vulnerabilities with your partner in a way that feels safe and supported. It's about feeling deeply connected to your partner on an emotional level, knowing that you can rely on them for empathy, understanding, and support. To evaluate emotional intimacy in your relationship, consider the following questions. Do you feel comfortable sharing your innermost thoughts and feelings with your partner? Oh, does your partner listen to you with empathy and without judgment? Oh, do you both make time for meaningful conversations that deepen your emotional connection? Oh, are you able to support each other through difficult emotions and life challenges? If the answer to these questions is yes, it's a sign that your relationship is growing in emotional intimacy. If you find that emotional intimacy is lacking, it may be a good time to explore ways to open up more with each other and create space for deeper emotional connection. To trust and reliability is another key indicator of a successful relationship, and it's something that develops over time through consistent actions and open communication. Trust means knowing that your partner has your back, that they are honest with you, and that they will follow through on their promises. To assess trust and reliability in your relationship, ask yourself, oh, do you trust your partner to be honest and transparent with you? Oh, can you rely on your partner to support you when you need them? Oh, has your partner demonstrated consistency in their actions over time? Oh, do you feel secure in the relationship, knowing that your partner is committed to you? If trust has been built and maintained over time, it's a strong indicator that your relationship is on solid ground. However, if there are trust issues that haven't been addressed, it's important to have open conversations about what's needed to restore trust and create a sense of security in the relationship. 3. Communication and conflict resolution. Is the backbone of any successful relationship, and how couples handle conflict is a major indicator of their long-term compatibility. Healthy communication involves not only expressing your own needs and feelings, but also listening to your partner with empathy and respect. Conflict resolution, meanwhile, requires both partners to approach disagreements with a willingness to compromise and find solutions that work for both parties. To evaluate communication and conflict resolution in your relationship, consider the following. Oh, are you able to express your needs and feelings openly with your partner? Oh, do you feel heard and understood when you share your concerns? Oh, how do you handle disagreements? Do they escalate into arguments, or are you able to resolve them with mutual respect? Oh, do you both make an effort to communicate clearly and avoid misunderstandings? Strong communication skills and the ability to resolve conflicts in a healthy way are signs that your relationship is progressing well. If communication or conflict resolution is a recurring challenge, it may be helpful to work on these areas together, perhaps through couples counseling or communication workshops. For shared goals and values in a long-term relationship, shared goals and values are essential for creating a sense of direction and purpose. While it's normal for individuals to have their own personal goals, it's important that couples are aligned in their vision for the future, whether that includes starting a family, building a home, or pursuing shared dreams. To assess shared goals and values, ask yourself, oh, do you and your partner have similar values when it comes to family, finances, and lifestyle choices? Oh, have you discussed your long-term goals as a couple, and are you both working toward them? Oh, are you both supportive of each other's individual goals and ambitions? Oh, do you feel that you're growing together in a way that aligns with your shared vision for the future? If you and your partner are aligned in your values and goals, it's a sign that your relationship is built on a strong foundation. If there are areas where your goals or values differ, it's important to have open conversations about how you can find common ground and support each other's individual journeys. 5. Mutual respect and equality. A successful relationship is one where both partners feel respected, valued, and treated as equals. Mutual respect means acknowledging each other's strengths, supporting each other's growth, and honoring each other's boundaries. Equality in a relationship means that both partners have an equal say in decisions, responsibilities are shared fairly, and both individuals feel empowered to pursue their own interests. To evaluate mutual respect and equality in your relationship, consider the following. Oh, do you feel respected and valued by your partner in all aspects of the relationship? Oh, do you both contribute equally to household responsibilities, decision-making, and emotional support? Or are your personal boundaries respected? And do you feel comfortable expressing your needs? Or do you feel that your relationship is a partnership of equals, where both of you are empowered to grow and succeed? If mutual respect and equality are present in your relationship, it's a sign that you're building a healthy and balanced partnership. If there are areas where one partner feels undervalued or unequal, it's important to address these issues and find ways to restore balance and mutual respect. Strategies for measuring and ensuring continued growth as relationships progress. It's important to actively invest in their growth. This means being intentional about how you spend your time together, Setting goals for the relationship and regularly checking in with each other to ensure that both partners feel fulfilled and connected. Here are some strategies for measuring progress and ensuring continued growth in your relationship. 1. Regular relationship check-ins. One of the best ways to measure progress in your relationship is by having regular check-ins with your partner. These check-ins provide an opportunity to reflect on the state of your relationship, discuss any challenges or concerns, and celebrate the successes you've achieved together. Regular check-ins help ensure that both partners feel heard and valued, and they provide a space for addressing any issues before they become larger problems. During a relationship check-in, you might discuss topics such as, "Oh, how are we feeling about the state of our relationship? Oh, are there any areas where we'd like to improve or grow as a couple? Oh, what are our current goals, both individually and as a couple? And how can we support each other in achieving them? Oh, are there any unresolved conflicts or concerns that we need to address?" These conversations can be informal or more structured, depending on what works best for your relationship. The key is to create a regular space for open, honest dialogue about how your relationship is progressing. To set relationship goals. Just as individuals set personal goals, couples can benefit from setting relationship goals as well. Relationship goals provide a sense of direction and purpose, helping both partners focus on areas where they'd like to grow together. These goals can be related to emotional intimacy, communication, shared activities, or long-term plans. Some examples of relationship goals might include improving communication by practicing active listening and empathy during disagreements, spending more quality time together by planning regular date nights or weekend getaways, working on personal growth, such as pursuing a new hobby together or supporting each other in individual endeavors. Planning for the future by discussing financial goals, career aspiration, or family plans. Setting relationship goals helps both partners stay focused on the growth and development of the relationship, while also providing a sense of accomplishment as you achieve these goals together. 3. Celebrate milestones together. Celebrating milestones, both big and small, is an important way to measure progress and stay connected in your relationship. Whether it's celebrating an anniversary, achieving a personal goal, or overcoming a challenge together, taking the time to acknowledge and celebrate these moments reinforces the emotional bond between partners. Celebrations don't have to be extravagant. They could be as simple as sharing a special meal, taking a weekend trip, or giving each other a meaningful gift. The key is to recognize the effort and growth that both partners have invested in the relationship and to celebrate the journey you're on together. For practice, gratitude and appreciation. Gratitude and appreciation are powerful tools for maintaining a healthy, fulfilling relationship. Taking the time to express gratitude for your partner's actions, qualities, and support helps reinforce the emotional connection and reminds both partners of the positive aspects of the relationship. To incorporate gratitude into your relationship, consider the following. Make a habit of expressing appreciation for both big and small gestures, whether it's thanking your partner for their emotional support during a tough time or acknowledging their efforts around the house. Share specific examples of what you appreciate about your partner, such as their kindness, sense of humor, or dedication to their personal growth. Encourage your partner to share what they appreciate about you as well. Mutual expressions of gratitude help create a positive cycle of reinforcement, strengthening the emotional bond between partners. 5. Focus on personal growth. A healthy relationship is one where both partners are able to pursue their own personal growth while also supporting each other's development. Time spent on individual growth, whether it's through education, hobbies, career advancement, or self-reflection, ultimately benefits the relationship by bringing new experiences, insights, and perspectives to the partnership. Encourage each other to pursue personal goals and passions and find ways to support each other's growth. This might involve offering emotional encouragement, helping each other with practical tasks, or simply providing the time and space needed for personal development. By focusing on personal growth, both partners contribute to the overall health and success of the relationship. Navigating challenges and growth in long-term relationships. As relationships progress over time, it's natural to encounter challenges. While these challenges can sometimes feel like setbacks, they also provide opportunities for growth and deeper connection. By navigating these challenges with patience, empathy, and communication, couples can emerge stronger and more resilient. Here are some common challenges in long-term relationships and strategies for navigating them. 1. Managing life transitions. Modern life transitions such as moving, changing careers, starting a family, or dealing with health issues can put a strain on relationships. These transitions often bring new responsibilities, stress, and uncertainty, making it difficult to maintain emotional intimacy and connection. To navigate life transitions, it's important to maintain open communication and support each other through the changes. Discuss how the transition may impact your relationship and find ways to adapt together. By working as a team, you can face life's challenges with a sense of unity and resilience. 2. Overcoming routine and stagnation. Over time, relationships can fall into routines that may feel stagnant or unfulfilling. While routine can provide stability, it's important to keep the relationship dynamic and engaging by introducing new experiences and activities. To overcome stagnation, consider trying new things together. Whether it's exploring a new hobby, taking a spontaneous trip, or setting new relationship goals, keeping the relationship fresh and exciting helps maintain a sense of connection and prevents boredom or dissatisfaction. 3. Addressing unmet needs. Over time, individual needs within a relationship can evolve, and it's important to address any unmet needs before they become larger issues. Whether it's emotional, physical, or practical needs, both partners should feel comfortable expressing what they need from the relationship and from each other. Regularly checking in with each other about your needs, whether it's more quality time, emotional support, or personal space, helps prevent resentment or frustration. By being proactive in addressing unmet needs, couples can ensure that both partners feel fulfilled and valued. For rebuilding trust after conflict. Conflict is inevitable in any long-term relationship, and how couples handle conflict can either strengthen or weaken the relationship. If trust has been damaged due to conflict or misunderstanding, it's important to take the time to rebuild that trust through consistent actions, open communication, and mutual commitment. Apologizing for mistakes, making amends, and demonstrating change over time are all essential steps in rebuilding trust. By working through conflicts together and prioritizing the health of the relationship, couples can emerge from challenges stronger and more connected. Conclusion: time is a measure of success in relationships. Time is both a measure and a tool for success in relationships. It allows couples to grow together, build trust, and navigate life's challenges while deepening their emotional connection. By evaluating the progress of your relationship over time, whether it's through emotional intimacy, trust, communication, or shared goals, you can ensure that both partners feel fulfilled, supported, and connected. The success of a relationship is not determined by how much time you spend together, but by the quality of that time and how it contributes to your growth as individuals and as a couple. By investing time in regular check-ins, setting relationship goals, celebrating milestones, and navigating challenges with empathy and understanding, you can build a relationship that stands the test of time. As you continue to invest in your relationship, remember that the journey is ongoing. Time allows both partners to evolve, learn, and grow together, creating a bond that is not only resilient but deeply fulfilling. By embracing the process of growth and connection, you can create a relationship that is rich in love, trust, and shared experiences, one that thrives over time and continues to bring joy and meaning to both partners. Thank you for listening to Love at the Right Time, understanding and leveraging the power of timing in dating. If you've made it this far, it means you truly care about finding or building a meaningful relationship. I hope this book has given you new insights and practical strategies to improve your love life. If you'd like to own a physical copy for reference or to support the author, you can purchase the book on Amazon. The link is available in the description. And if you're facing challenges in your dating life or looking for the ideal partner, check out the link below this video. It could be the turning point that transforms your dating journey. Once again, thank you, and I wish you success in love.